Order, order. I invite the House to rise and observe a minute's silence in memory of Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. Before I call the Prime Minister, it is with the greatest sadness that I rise to say a few words in tribute to Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth. Almost all of us in the House have experienced no other monarch, this country's throne, but Her late Majesty. There are indeed only a score or so members in this House who have already been born, let alone who can recall a time when she wasn't the Queen. She is wedded in our minds with the crown and all it stands for. After accession in February 1952, she first came to the Palace of Westminster to open the session of Parliament in November 1952, when Winston Churchill was the Prime Minister and Speaker William Morrison was in the chair almost 70 years ago. 57 complete sessions of Parliament have passed since then, and as she was here to open all but 3 of them, as parliamentarians, we have celebrated with her for silver, golden, diamond jubilees, and of course, marked her platinum jubilee this year, in which the lampstands have been unveiled in New Palace Yard. In this place, her reign saw 10 different speakers occupy the chair. During her reign, there were 18 general elections, and I'm sure the Prime Minister will remind of us how many of her predecessors she welcomed to, and always, I am sure, with quiet wisdom. As the longest-serving monarch this country has known, she would have been assured of a notable entry in our history books, even were it not for the magnificence in which she undertook the role as Queen, but for a magnificent service, and what a service that entailed, not just as head of the nation, but head of the Commonwealth, head of the armed forces, and supreme governor of the Church of England. Over her reign, she has seen unprecedented social, cultural, technological change. Through it all, she was the most conscientious and dutiful of monarchs. But while she understood the inescapable nature of duty, which sometimes must have weighed upon her heavily, she also delighted in carrying it out, for she was the most devoted monarch. As well as Queen, she was a wife, a mother, a grandmother, and great-grandmother, roles she carried out with the same sense of vocation as well as human kindness as the role of Queen. Her life, without unhappiness and troubles, but our memories of her will be filled with that image of a gently smiling dedication that showed throughout her life. Indeed, while this is a time of very considerable sadness, those memories of a noble, gracious lady who devoted her life to her family, the United Kingdom, and those nations around the world whom she served as Queen, will bring us some consolation and joy. My deepest sympathies are with His Majesty, the King, and other members of the royal family, to whom I commend all our sincere condolences and support at this very, very sad time. Order. We are meeting today for tributes to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth. I would like to inform the House that we will sit today until approximately 10 p.m. for tributes. At approximately 6 o'clock, the House will be suspended while His Majesty, the King, makes his broadcast to the nation. Members present will be able to watch the broadcast on screens in the chamber. We will then resume our proceedings to continue with tributes. The House will then sit again tomorrow at 1 o'clock. The first business will be oath-taking for a small number of senior members. Members to be invited to take the oath tomorrow are being contacted by my office. All other members will have an opportunity to take the oath when the House returns. After oath-taking tomorrow, tributes will be continued. The House is expected to sit till approximately 10 p.m. The House is not expected to sit on Sunday. I now call the Prime Minister, Elizabeth Truss.
Mr. Speaker, in the hours since last night's shocking news, we have witnessed the most heartfelt outpouring of grief at the loss of Her late Majesty, the Queen. Crowds have gathered, flags have been lowered to half-mast, tributes have been sent from every continent around the world. On the death of her father, King George VI, Winston Churchill said the news had stilled the clatter and traffic of 20th century life in many lands. Now, 70 years later, in the tumult of the 21st century, life has paused again. Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, was one of the greatest leaders the world has ever known. She was the rock on which modern Britain was built. She came to the throne at just 25, in a country that was emerging from the shadow of war. She bequeaths a modern, dynamic nation that has grown and flourished under her reign. The United Kingdom is the great country it is today because of her. The Commonwealth is the family of nations it is today because of her. She was devoted to the union of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. She served 15 countries as head of state, and she loved them all. Her words of wisdom gave us strength in the most testing times. During the darkest moments of the pandemic, she gave us hope that we would meet again. She knew this generation of Britons would be as strong as any. And as we meet today, we remember the pledge she made on her 21st birthday to dedicate her life to service. The whole House will agree. Never has a promise been so completely fulfilled. Her devotion to duty remains an example to us all. She carried out thousands of engagements. She took a red box every day. She gave her assent to countless pieces of legislation and was at the heart of our national life for 7 decades. The Supreme Governor of the Church of England, she drew on her deep faith. She was the nation's greatest diplomat. Her visits to post-apartheid South Africa and to the Republic of Ireland showed a unique ability to transcend difference and heal division. In total, she visited well over 100 countries. She met more people than any other monarch in our history. She gave counsel to prime ministers and ministers across government. I have personally greatly valued her wise advice. Only last October, I witnessed firsthand how she charmed the world's leading investors at Windsor Castle. She was always so proud of Britain and always embodied the spirit of our great country. She remained determined to carry out her duties, even at the age of 96. It was just 3 days ago at Balmoral that she invited me to form a government and become her 15th Prime Minister. Again, she generously shared with me her deep experience of government, even in those last days. Everyone who met her will remember the moment. They will speak of it for the rest of their lives. Even those who never met her, Her late Majesty's image is an icon for what Britain stands for as a nation, on our coins, on our stamps, and in portraits around the world. Her legacy will endure through the countless people she met, the global history she witnessed, and the lives that she touched. She was loved and admired by people across the United Kingdom and across the world. One of the reasons for that affection was her sheer humanity. She reinvented monarchy for the modern age. She was a champion of freedom and democracy around the world. She was dignified but not distant. She was willing to have fun, whether on a mission with 007 or having tea with Paddington Bear. She brought the monarchy into people's lives and into people's homes. During her first televised Christmas message in 1957, she said, "Today we need a special kind of courage, so we can show the world that we are not afraid of the future. We need that courage now." In an instant yesterday, our lives changed forever. Today, we show the world that we do not fear what lies ahead. We send our deepest sympathy to all members of the royal family. We pay tribute to our late Queen, and we offer loyal service to our new King. His Majesty, King Charles III, bears an awesome responsibility that he now carries for all of us. I was grateful to speak to His Majesty last night and offer my condolences. Even as he mourns, his sense of duty and service is clear. He has already made a profound contribution through his work on conservation, education, and his tireless diplomacy. We owe him our loyalty and devotion. The British people, the Commonwealth, and all of us in this House will support him as he takes our country forward to a new era of hope and progress, our new Carolean age. The crown endures, our nation endures, and in that spirit, I say, God save the King.
I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, our country, our people, this House are united in mourning. Queen Elizabeth II was this great country's greatest monarch. And for the vast majority of us, it feels impossible to imagine a Britain without her. All our thoughts are with her beloved family, our royal family, at this moment of profound grief. This is a deep and private loss for them, yet it's one we all share, because Queen Elizabeth created a special personal relationship with us all. That relationship was built on the attributes that defined her reign: her total commitment to service and duty, her deep devotion to the country, the Commonwealth, and the people she loved. In return for that, we loved her. And it is because of that great shared love that we grieve today. For the 70 glorious years of her reign, our Queen was at the heart of this nation's life. She did not simply reign over us. She lived alongside us. She shared in our hopes and our fears, our joy and our pain, our good times and our bad. Our Queen played a crucial role as the thread between the history we cherish and the present we own. A reminder that our generational battle against the evil of fascism or the emergence of a new Britain out of the rubble of the Second World War do not only belong to the past, but are the inheritance of each and every one of us. a reminder that the creativity, the hard work, the enterprise that has always defined this nation is as abundant now as it ever was. A reminder that the prospect of a better future still burns brightly. Never was this link more important, that when our country was plunged into lockdown at the start of the pandemic, her simple message that we would see family again, that we would see friends again, that we would be together again, gave people strength and courage when they needed it most. But it wasn't simply the message that allowed a shaken nation to draw upon those reserves. It was the fact that she was the messenger. COVID closed the front doors of every home in the country. It made our lives smaller and more remote. But she was able to reach beyond that, to reassure us and steel us. At the time we were most alone, at a time we'd been driven apart, she held the nation close in a way no one else could have done. For that, we say thank you. On the occasion of the Queen's Silver Jubilee in 1977, Philip Larkin wrote of her reign, "In times when nothing stood, but worsened or grew strange, there was one constant good. She did not change." It feels like we are once again in a moment in our history where, as Larkin put it, things are growing strange, where everything is spinning. A nation requires a still point. When times are difficult, it requires comfort. And when direction is hard to find, it requires leadership. The loss of our Queen robs this country of its stillest point, its greatest comfort, at precisely the time we need those things most. But our Queen's commitment to us, her life of public service, was underpinned by one crucial understanding: that the country she came to symbolize is bigger than any one individual or any one institution. It is the sum total of all our history and all our endeavors, and it will endure. The late Queen would have wanted us to redouble our efforts, to turn our collar up and face the storm, to carry on. Most of all, she would want us to remember that it is in these moments that we must pull together. This House is a place where ideas and ideals are debated. Of course, that leads to passionate disagreement. Of course, temperatures can run high. But we all do it in pursuit of something greater. We do it because we believe we can make this great country and its people greater still. At this moment of uncertainty, where our country feels caught between a past it cannot relive and a future yet to be revealed, we must always remember one of the great lessons of our Queen's reign, that we are always better when we rise above the petty, the trivial, the day-to-day, to focus on the things that really matter, the things that unite us, rather than those which divide us. Our Elizabethan age may now be over, but her legacy will live on forever. And as the children of that era, it falls upon us to take that legacy forward, to show the same love of country, the love of one another, as she did, to show empathy and compassion as she did, and to get Britain through this dark night and bring it into the dawn as she did. We join together today not just to say goodbye to our Queen, to share in our mourning, but to say something else important. God save the King, because as one era ends, so another begins. King Charles III has been a devoted servant of this country his entire life. He has been a powerful voice for fairness and understood the importance of the environment long before many others. as he ascends to his new role, with the Queen Consort by his side, the whole House, indeed the whole country, will join today to wish him a long, happy and successful reign. Mr. Speaker, the emotions we see across the nation today are echoed across the Commonwealth, to which our Queen was so committed, in the church to which our Queen was so devoted, and in the armed forces which she led and her family served. Around the world, people will be united in mourning for her passing and united in celebrating her life. We've already seen beautiful tributes flow from across the world. It will be impossible to capture them all here. But each one is a reminder of the esteem in which she was held, of what she achieved on behalf of her country, of the shared values we treasure. The reason our loss feels so profound is not just because she stood at the head of our country for 70 years, but because, in spirit, she stood amongst us. As we move forward, as we forge a new path, as we build towards a better future, she will always be with us. For all she gave us and all she will continue to give us, we say thank you. May our Queen rest in peace. God save the King.
I now call on the Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
Constituents will wish me briefly to record their love, respect and gratitude to Her late Majesty. We can give continuing life to her values and virtues of kindness, aspiration, perseverance and pride. We thank her, we miss her, and we should say what she would wish: God save the King.
Yeah. I now call on the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is, of course, with great sadness that we unite to offer our prayers, focus our sorrow, and gather our collective thoughts on the passing of Her Majesty the Queen. On behalf of the Scottish National Party, I would like to offer my condolences as we hold the Queen and her family in our thoughts and prayers at this difficult time. The grief and mourning which reverberates around this chamber and across the world will be all the more acute for the King and members of the royal family. Only they can understand the deep personal loss of a close family member, and people across society who have similarly lost loved ones will understand the pain that they must feel as we ensure our heartfelt condolences are with them today. Over the coming days, people up and down these islands will seek to come to terms in their own private way with the loss of one of the true constants in all our lives. In that regard, my thoughts are also with our own Prime Minister, just days into office and having to come to terms with the enormity of the loss of the head of state and show the leadership that is now required in her position. We can also help but dwell on the late Queen, who right to the end fulfilled her duty by appointing the new Prime Minister. But of course, many will feel this as a deeply personal loss, for the Queen's continuous and abiding presence and the leadership she has shown over 7 decades will be the enduring marker to the remarkable tenure as our head of state. Her Majesty the Queen has been head of state for longer than most of us have been alive, and the majority of us have never known a public life without the Queen at the helm. For many, she has been a steady hand guiding the ship and the perpetual symbol of stability. 15 Prime Ministers and 5 First Ministers of Scotland have benefited from her institutional knowledge and, of course, her wise counsel. As the figurehead of the Commonwealth, she was a unifying force recognised the world over, visiting at least 117 countries, and was committed to celebrating the diverse values and cultures around the globe, all born out of a duty to serve. During her reign, the world has changed immeasurably, through the good times and the bad times, through war and peace, through boom and bust, through the advances in technology and communication and the dawn of the internet age. To many, she was a guiding light, ever present as she bore witness to the evolution of these islands into the modern era. a thread of continuity running through the fabric of the Commonwealth, at once tying societies to our shared histories and making new history. I, like many others in this chamber, was fortunate to meet the Queen on a number of occasions and was always struck by the strength, the intellect, the modesty, the humility, and often the humour with which she approached her royal duties. And while I have always met her in a professional context as monarch, I'm struck with just how many people across Scotland, and indeed across the United Kingdom, have had a first-hand encounter with the Queen. Whether they have been invited to her Holyrood garden parties or had the pleasure to meet with her in the many hundreds of events, walkabouts, and official openings, including that at our Scottish Parliament, or whether she had taken them wholly by surprise with chance encounters on the countryside or villages near Balmoral, people of the length and breadth of Scotland have their own tales of their individual meetings with the Queen. Because she was a monarch who reigned with compassion and integrity and established a deep connection with the public. And the affection which the Queen had for Scotland and that Scotland had for the Queen cannot be underestimated. On the Queen's first visit to Scotland following her coronation, the moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland said to her, "Today, you and I are Scotland, greeting with all that we have to offer of love and duty, our gracious young Queen." We can today look back on these words and say that for as long as Her Majesty reigned, both she and Scotland held true to these values of love and duty for one another. Speaking when she reconvened our Scottish Parliament in 1999, Her Majesty set out the obligation on members to set lasting standards of vision and purpose, of debate and discussion, not just for our own generation, but for future generations. And it is clear that members across the Scottish Parliament, and I trust in this place, from all walks of political life, have moved forward with that sense of vision and purpose in mind. There is a deeply held sense of responsibility across political parties to govern for the betterment of future generations. In our case, to uphold the values of the Scottish Parliament, which are described in the ceremonial mace: wisdom, justice, compassion and integrity. The values that set the aspirations for a modern Scotland, the values that so often embodied by Her Majesty herself. And in what was sadly her final ever address to the Scottish Parliament, her love of Scotland and its people was clear when she said, "It is the people that make a place, and there are few places where this is truer than it is in Scotland." The relationship between Scotland and the Queen was one of shared admiration. Indeed, whilst she was everyone's Queen, for many in Scotland, she was Elizabeth, Queen of Scots. Her Majesty's roots in Scotland run deep. She was descended from the royal house of Stuart on both sides, and her family, of course, her mother, was from Glamis and Angus. It is clear that these family ties gave way to a great and enduring affection, and Scotland was a place that was truly held dear to her, not only in an official capacity, but in a private capacity as well. It is well known that Balmoral, with its beautiful and atmospheric scenery, was the Queen's favourite home. Balmoral was a place where she was able to enjoy freedom, peace, and the ability to indulge her love of the great outdoors, whether that was walking with her dogs, riding with horses, hosting picnics and barbecues, or from behind the wheel of her Land Rover. It is clear that Balmoral has been a place of peace and sanctuary for her throughout her whole life, and perhaps particularly so following the death of her husband, life companion and love, His Royal Highness Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. It is therefore perhaps fitting that she has met her final peace at Balmoral, a place where she found such enjoyment and comfort. And as someone of demonstrably strong faith, she will now have enduring peace with herself and, of course, to be reunited with Prince Philip. Her Majesty was a life of grace and wisdom, defined by its service to the public and by the lives that she touched. Her legacy and her enduring presence will live on. God bless the Queen. May she rest in peace. God bless the King.
Boris Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the House will not mind if I begin with a personal confession. A few months ago, the BBC came to see me to talk about Her Majesty the Queen, and we sat down and the cameras started rolling, and they requested that I should talk about her in the past tense. And I'm afraid I simply choked up and I couldn't go on. I'm really not easily moved to tears, but I was so overcome with sadness that I had to ask them to go away. And I know that today there are countless people in this country and around the world who have experienced the same sudden access of unexpected emotion. And I think millions of us are trying to understand why we are feeling this deep and personal and almost familial sense of loss. Perhaps it's partly that she's always been there, a changeless human reference point in British life, the person who, all the surveys say, appears most often in our dreams, so unvarying in her pole star radiance that we have perhaps been lulled into thinking that she might be in some way eternal. But I think our shock is keener today because we are coming to understand in her death the full magnitude of what she did for us all. And think of what we asked that 25-year-old woman all those years ago. To be the person so globally trusted that her image should be on every unit of our currency, every postage stamp, the person in whose name all justice is dispensed in this country, every law passed, to whom every minister of the crown swears allegiance, and for whom every member of our armed services is pledged, if necessary, to lay down their lives. Think what we asked of her in that moment, not just to be the living embodiment in her DNA of the history and continuity and unity of this country, but to be the figurehead of our entire system, the keystone in the vast arch of the British state, a role that only she could fulfill because in the brilliant and durable bargain of the constitutional monarchy, only she could be trusted to be above any party political or commercial interest and to incarnate impartially the very concept and essence of the nation. Think what we asked of her and think what she gave. She showed the world not just how to reign over a people, she showed the world how to give, how to love, and how to serve. And as we look back at that vast arc of service, its sheer duration is almost impossible to take in. She was the last living person in British public life to have served in uniform in the Second World War. She was the first female member of the royal family in 1,000 years to serve full-time in the armed forces. And that impulse to do her duty carried her right through into her 10th decade to the very moment in Balmoral, as my right honourable friend has said, only 3 days ago, when she saw off her 14th Prime Minister and welcomed her 15th. And I can tell you, in that audience, she was as radiant and as knowledgeable and as fascinated by politics as ever I can remember, and as wise in her advice as anyone I know, if not wiser. And over that extraordinary span of public service, with her naturally retentive and inquiring mind, I think, and doubtless many of the 15 would agree, that she became the greatest statesman and diplomat of all. And she knew instinctively how to cheer up the nation, how to lead a celebration. I remember her innocent joy more than 10 years ago after the opening ceremony of the London Olympics, when I told her that the leader of a friendly Middle Eastern country seemed actually to believe that she had jumped out of a helicopter in a pink dress and parachuted into the stadium. And I remember her equal pleasure on being told just a few weeks ago that she had been a smash hit in her performance with Paddington Bear. And perhaps more importantly, She knew how to keep us going when times were toughest. In 1940, when this country and this democracy faced the real possibility of extinction, she gave a broadcast, aged only 14, that was intended to reassure the children of Britain. She said then, "We know, every one of us, that in the end, all will be well." She was right. And she was right again in the darkest days of the COVID pandemic, when she came on our screens and told us that we would meet again. And we did. And I know I speak for other prime ministers when I say ex-prime ministers, when I say that she helped to comfort and guide us as well as the nation, because she had the patience and the sense of history to see that troubles come and go and that disasters are seldom as bad as they seem. And it was that indomitability, that humor, that work ethic, and that sense of history, which together made her Elizabeth the Great. And when I call her that, I should add one, Elizabeth the Great, I should add one final quality, of course, which was her humility, her single bar electric fire Tupperware using refusal to be grand. And unlike us politicians, with our outriders and our armor-plated convoys, I can tell you, as a direct eyewitness, that she drove herself in her own car with no detectives and no bodyguard, bouncing at alarming speed over the Scottish landscape to the total amazement of the ramblers and the tourists we encountered. And it is that indomitable spirit with which she created the modern constitutional monarchy. An institution so strong and so happy and so well understood, not just in this country, but in the Commonwealth and around the world, that the succession has already seamlessly taken place. And I believe she would regard it as her own highest achievement, that her son, Charles III, will clearly and amply follow her own extraordinary standards of duty and service. Yeah. And the fact that today we can say with such confidence, God save the King, is a tribute to him, but above all to Elizabeth the Great, who worked so hard for the good of her country, not just now, but for generations to come. That is why we mourn her so deeply. And it is in the depths of our grief that we understand why we loved her so much.
We now come to Mother of the House, Harriet Harman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what an excellent speech from the Right Honourable Member for Uxbridge, which I'm sure will have resonated in every member of this House and indeed everyone in this country. It was a brilliant speech. I'm grateful for the opportunity to pay my tribute to the Queen and to do so on my own behalf, but also on behalf of my constituents, particularly those who, coming from Commonwealth countries in Africa and the Caribbean, held the Queen in such high regard. We're a constitutional monarchy, and for we MPs, the Queen was ever present in the interwoven relationship between the monarch and her Parliament. She underpinned our democratic system for over 70 years, underpinning it, but never intervening in it. She was always salient, but never meddled. She avoided controversy not by staying in the background, far from it. She performed her role to the utmost, but she did it by respecting the boundaries. She carried out her duties and gave us her full commitment for us to carry out ours. When many denigrated, she always respected and supported Parliament, and we should be very grateful for that. Between her ministers, and not just prime ministers, there was regular contact. After Labour won the election in 1997, I went up to the palace where, like the other new secretaries of state, she appointed me to the Privy Council and bestowed on me the seals of office. They are actual seals which are given to you and you take back to your department to be locked in a safe. But when just a year later I was sacked, and the seals taken out of the safe and taken back to Buckingham Palace, my diary was empty and my phone stopped ringing. My office was astonished to get a call from Buckingham Palace. No one else wanted to have anything to do with me, but the Queen wanted to see me. I was invited to take tea with the Queen for her to thank me for my service as Secretary of State. My point is that the relationship between our Queen and Parliament and our Queen and government was never just on paper, but was always active and always encouraging. She radiated British values of duty, patriotism, internationalism, charity and service. But while she embodied British values, she never intervened in politics. And that is constitutional alchemy, nothing less. It's evident that everyone, even those who don't agree with the hereditary principle of the monarchy, cannot but marvel at her personal qualities. And I want to marvel at how she could do all this flawlessly, not just over so many decades, but as a woman starting her reign in what was emphatically then a man's world. Yeah. We have to remember what attitudes were at the time. The order of the day was men were in charge and women were subservient. The man was head of the household and the role of a woman was to get married, have his children and support him. In the 1950s, when she was crowned, I was a child and I remember my mother warning me that people thought men knew more than women, that men's views were valuable whilst women's were to be disregarded. And so it was in that atmosphere that she stepped up as a 25-year-old married woman with 2 children to take her place at the head of this nation and play a huge role on the world stage. What determination and courage that must have taken. Yeah. The prime ministers she dealt with were mostly men, mostly twice her age. Things were very different. A huge change has taken place during her reign. Things were very different when 6 years ago she threw open Buckingham Palace for us to celebrate the 70th anniversary of BBC's Woman's Hour, to celebrate how much women had achieved. As Sir Tony Blair said, she was the matriarch of this nation, a matriarch for us on the world stage, and a matriarch too at home in her own family. As well as being our monarch, she was the mother of 4 children, had many grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and it is to her family that I extend my deepest sympathies for their loss and condolences for their grief, which we all share.
Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great sadness that I rise to pay tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on my behalf and on behalf of my Maidenhead constituents. Yesterday was a day that we all knew would come sometime, but in our hearts of hearts, we hoped never would. But as we mourn a beloved monarch, we must always remember that she was a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother, and my thoughts and prayers are with King Charles III and the whole of the royal family. Yeah. And I also remember the close members of her royal household. Queen Elizabeth II was quite simply the most remarkable person I have ever met. I am sometimes asked, among all the world leaders I met, who was the most impressive? And I have no hesitation in saying that from all the heads of state and government, the most impressive person I met was Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. She gave a lifetime of service as she promised to do when she was 21. Her selfless devotion to duty was an inspiration and example to us all. She was respected and loved, not just here in the United Kingdom and in her other realms and the Commonwealth, but across the world. And that love, respect, and admiration was born not out of her position, but because of the person she was. A woman of dignity and grace, of compassion and warmth, of mischief and joy, of wisdom and experience, and of a deep understanding of her people. Like so many until last evening, I had never known another monarch. She was a constant throughout our lives, always there for us, uniting us at times of difficulty. And as others have said, most recently during COVID, when she gave us hope that we would once more come together. Her passing marks a generational change, not just because of the length of her service, but because of what she lived through. When we marked the 75th anniversary of the D-Day landings in 2019, she was with the world leaders not just as Queen, but as someone who had worn uniform during the Second World War, an experience which, quite apart from anything else, had taught her how to strip an engine. The Queen was always interested in people. When she walked into a room, the faces of those present were lit up, and her magnificent smile would calm nerves and put people at their ease. As I said on her Platinum Jubilee, I saw that at Chogham in 2018, when there was a reception at Windsor before a lunch, and the leaders were gathered and talking amongst themselves, and I knew Her Majesty was going to join the reception, but they didn't. The minute she walked into the room, the sense of love and respect was palpable, and they all turned and they all wanted to speak to her. They loved her and she loved the Commonwealth, and the Commonwealth today is a significant part of her legacy. But I also saw that on other occasions, including on what was one of her last, if not the last, appearance she made in public, when she came to open Thames Hospice in my Maidenhead constituency in July. The moment she walked through the door, the atmosphere in the room changed. You felt the love and respect of the people there for her. And as she spoke to staff and patients, she exuded a warmth and humanity which put people at their ease. She was Queen, but she embodied us. Across the nations of the world and for so many people, meeting Queen Elizabeth simply made their day, and for many will be the memory of their life. Of course, for those of us who had the honour to serve as one of her prime ministers, those meetings were more frequent with the weekly audiences. These were not meetings with a high and mighty monarch, but a conversation with a woman of experience and knowledge and immense wisdom. They were also the one meeting I went to, which I knew would not be briefed out to the media. What made those audiences so special was the understanding the Queen had of issues which came from the work she put into her red boxes, combined with her years of experience. She knew many of the world leaders. In some cases, she had known their fathers. And she was a wise and adroit judge of people. The conversations at the audiences were special, but so were weekends at Balmoral, where the Queen wanted all her guests to enjoy themselves. And she was a thoughtful hostess. She would take an interest in what books were put in your room, and she didn't always expect to be the centre of attention. She was quite happy sometimes to sit playing her form of Patience, while others were mingling around her, chatting to each other. My husband tells of the time he had a dream. He dreamt that he was sitting in the back of a Range Rover being driven around a Balmoral estate, and the driver was Her Majesty the Queen, and the passenger's seat was occupied by his wife, the Prime Minister. And then he woke up and realised it was reality. Her Majesty loved the countryside, and she was down to earth and a woman of common sense. I remember one picnic at Balmoral, which was taking place in one of the bothes on the estate. The hampers came from the castle and we all mucked in to put the food and drink out on the table. I picked up some cheese, put it on a plate and was transferring it to the table. The cheese fell on the floor. I had a split-second decision to make. I picked up the cheese, put it on the plate and put it on the table. And I turned round to see that my every move had been watched very carefully by Her Majesty the Queen. I looked at her, she looked at me, and she just smiled. And the cheese remained on the table. This is indeed a sad day. But it is also a day of celebration of a life well spent in the service of others. There have been many words of tribute and superlatives used to describe Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, but these are not hype. They are entirely justified. She was our longest serving monarch. She was respected around the world. She united our nation in times of trouble. She joined in our celebrations with joy and a mischievous smile. She gave an example to us all of faith, of service, of duty, of dignity, of decency. She was remarkable, and I doubt we will ever see her like again. May she rest in peace and rise in glory.
Sir Ed Davey.
It's a real pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Lady, and can I congratulate her on her lovely, heartwarming speech. Mr. Speaker, Liberal Democrats join members from all sides of the House in expressing our deepest condolences on the passing of Her Majesty the Queen. We are mourning a profound loss. The Queen was a formidable monarch who faithfully served our country for all her life and was loved the world over. She represented not only duty and courage, but warmth and compassion, and she was a living reminder of our collective past, of the greatest generation and their sacrifices for our freedom. For many people, myself included, Her Majesty was an ever-fixed mark in our lives. As the world changed around us and politicians came and went, she was our nation's constant. In challenging times, she was always a source of calm and comfort. And she tied our nations together, embodying an unwavering pride in our country, showing us that patriotism is not defined by political allegiance, and reminding us of the many things that bind us all together, even when it doesn't always feel that way. We saw this so vividly during the Platinum Jubilee celebrations in June. I'm proud to represent the oldest royal borough in England, Kingston upon Thames. And our Jubilee Street parties certainly lived up to that status. It was truly wonderful to see such an outpouring of affection from people across Kingston from all walks of life. School children who baked Jubilee cakes, neighbours who shared bunting, choirs who sang hymns of praise. And it was incredibly fitting, wasn't it? That after so long kept apart by COVID, it was the Queen and the celebration of Her Majesty's reign that brought our communities back together so joyfully. Just as the whole country is united today, so sadly, in grief. The deep mourning across the country now, just like the celebrations of her Jubilee a few months ago, comes not from a sense of duty, but from genuine and heartfelt affection, love, and admiration of Her Majesty. It was not because we were her subjects, but because she was truly our Queen. What she meant to us is perhaps best summed up by a phrase on so many people's lips over the last 24 hours. I can't imagine our country without her. For almost everyone in our country, she has been there our whole lives. Times of national grief and national jubilation, she has never not been there for us. So it's hard to accept that she is gone, and hard to see how we go on without her. But we will. Our great United Kingdom has a great future because the Queen's spirit of strength, grace, and resolve lives on in her people. One of the greatest privileges of being a member of this House was the chance to meet Her Majesty. Like when she visited Kingston on the occasion of her Golden Jubilee, or when I was deeply privileged to sit next to her at lunch at Windsor Castle. I was initially confused by a silver cylinder beside her place sitting. I wondered to myself what treasures it might hold. I had my suspicions when, as dessert was served, her beloved corgis were let in and nestled themselves around her feet. And the Queen lifted up the lid of the cylinder, plucked out some digestive biscuits, and began sneaking them to her grateful dogs. Whenever I met her, I was struck by her warmth, her wisdom, and her humour. And I'm looking forward to hearing similar stories from honourable and right members across the House as they give glimpses of the wonderful person beneath the crown. Her Majesty will be remembered with honour as the monarch who guided our country out of the shadow of a terrible war, who helmed us calmly through troubled waters and brought us safely into a new millennium. And she will be remembered so fondly as the monarch who leapt from a helicopter with James Bond and showed Paddington where she kept her marmalade sandwiches. And for the royal family, she will be remembered simply as a beloved mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. Our thoughts, prayers, and condolences are with them all as they bear this terrible loss. After a lifetime of dedicated and tireless service to our country and our Commonwealth, Her Majesty has gone to her eternal rest. May God rest her soul, and may God save the King.
Yeah. Now come to Sir Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. So much has already been said. I don't intend to repeat it much, but I just want to say that it is a sad day for all of us. It's tragic news, bringing to the end a remarkable career spanning 70 years, endless prime ministers, and endless leaders of the opposition too. But for those 70 years, Majesty carried out her duties with charm, humility, not often mentioned, real humility, and also endless humour. She was quite remarkable in a way, and she learned that from somebody that we haven't mentioned today, her father, who in his own way, someone who never expected in a way to be the monarch, who suffered a very significant problem in a speech impediment, and yet he showed her that it was possible to rise above the challenge and to deliver your service to your country at an incredible time. And that service and duty, there is no question she learnt at the knees of her father, overcoming his own difficulties and putting his country and their service first, something quite often forgotten about. And a couple of things that come to mind, because in fact, so often we've taken Her Majesty for granted. We expect her to be there. The way the crowds, whenever anything is good or bad in our country, they gather at Buckingham Palace, whether she's there, or she was there or not there. They gathered. It was almost as though they could touch the railings and draw some succor or some support or some sort of mystical help. And there they were again last night in pouring rain outside Buckingham Palace. Well, quite often in all of that, Mr. Speaker, we often forgot that she was also a human being with her own family issues and problems. And I remember particularly during that period when two of her sons were facing marriage breakups, which were being widely reported in the newspapers, in the media, with everybody speculating in public about all that was going on. I wonder how many in this House could ever have borne something like that in such public domain, such a sad tragedy for their mother. And then, to top it all, Windsor Castle burns down, a place she loved deeply and felt responsible for. And nobody seemed to take her, in a way, into consideration until when she approached a speech with an interesting cold, and she said that the year for her had been her annus horribilis. I think the public stopped. We all paused and we realized, actually, that we had forgotten that we owe as much duty and service to her as she had shown us without complaint. I thought that was a remarkable moment, really, when the country came back from where it was to recognize that duty and service. And the other was when Diana, then Princess of Wales, tragically died in that terrible car accident. And everybody again gathered outside Buckingham Palace, and they demanded that the Queen should come. It got more and more shrill, with the newspapers banging on about how she had to come back. But there she was in Balmoral, trying to do what almost any single mother, grandmother wanted to do, which is to put her arms around her grandchildren, comfort them, and protect them from what she knew was going to descend upon them. And finally, when she came down, I grew to the realization that actually, it wasn't that they were angry that she wasn't there. It was that the British public needed her there to be able to show their own emotion, as she was the focus for all of that. And when she came, everybody cheered and applauded because she was there, and now they could grieve properly because she was the focus for that grief. And of course, we have anecdotes about what we did. And I remember when I had ceased being leader of the Conservative Party, it happens quite a lot, really. I think she was pretty used to it, actually. Yes. But she kindly asked me to take leave of her officially, which I thought was pretty kind, really. As said earlier on, nobody else wanted me to do it, so it was decent of her to do it. I remember when I came to the palace and I was ushered into her drawing room, small personal sitting room, I was struck by two or three things. One was the 2-bar electric fire, which had a very strange piece of cardboard cut out in the shape of flames, colored with crayons, I suspect by somebody in the palace, yellow and red, surrounding the 2-bar fire, which I thought was peculiarly dangerous, but notwithstanding that, I'm sure it had a purpose. The other one was the Tupperware radio sitting next to her, which I hadn't seen since my parents smashed their last one. And then she very sweetly asked me how I was, being clearly sympathetic about what had happened. And I just shrugged and said, "Well, ma'am, nobody died and I'm still here." Whereupon she roared with laughter. And the funny thing was, as she did, she paused, looking at me, not sure whether I'd actually made a joke or whether I'd not. I laughed too, and then she laughed again. Whether at me or with me, I couldn't figure that out. That was something to relish. And the other anecdote I just wanted to share with the House for a second was slightly different. It was when I was in one of those Privy Councils, and for some reason, we were offered drinks to have at the end of the Privy Council. It didn't happen very often, so I took full advantage and ordered a whiskey. And while we had finished the Privy Council, she came round to talk to those of us in the Privy Council and chat. And she came to me, and like everybody else, nervous as anything, I stumbled through, and then I said, "Oh, ma'am, I remember I'd just been doing reading some stuff about one of Churchill's speeches, and I suddenly recalled something that he had said at the time. It was 1941, and President Roosevelt had sent a note over with the person that he had just defeated in his third election. And in it, as Churchill said, he had written in his own hand a verse from Longfellow. Now remember, in 41, we didn't know whether we would survive or not. and Churchill read it out. And I started to speak it, and she started speaking it as well. And I just want to share it with the House. It was, sail on, O ship of state. Sail on, O Union, strong and great. Humanity with all its fears, with all its hopes for future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate. She said it perfectly. She smiled slightly, and I did detect a little dampness in her eye, and then she moved on. And in a way, it suddenly struck me that that was exactly her. She was the ship of state. We look to her for everything, good and in difficult times. She loved the Union with a passion, and she loved Scotland, I think probably most of all. The track was, that was who she was. She was that ship of state, and somehow we have too often taken her for granted, but she has never complained, and she always gave us service. And now for that union of hearts, if the House would indulge me, I want to quote from W.H. Auden with a few changes. Stop all the clocks, cut out the telephones, prevent the dogs from barking with the juicy bone, silence the piano, and with muffled drums, bring out the coffin, let the mourners come. She was our north, our south, our east and west, our working week and our Sunday rest, our noon, our midnight, our talk, our song. We thought that love would last forever. We were wrong. May God bless her and keep her and hold her in her hands. And may we bless the royal family. God save the King.
I'm now going to bring Sir Geoffrey Donaldson in, but can I just warn others that I would hope to get so many in today that please, if we can use up to 3 minutes after Sir Geoffrey Donaldson. Sir Geoffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my colleagues in the Democratic Unionist Party and on behalf of many across Northern Ireland, I wish to offer our sincere sympathy to His Majesty the King and to other members of the royal family on the passing of our dear sovereign, Queen Elizabeth II. In counties Antrim and Armagh, Down and Fermanagh, Londonderry and Tyrone, individuals and families will gather in their communities to remember a great monarch, a monarch who stood with us in our time of trouble. Her Majesty the Queen has been a steadfast and unshakable head of state for the United Kingdom and for the Commonwealth. And her gracious approach has been, as others have said, a constant throughout our lives. In 1952, during her first Christmas broadcast, Queen Elizabeth asked the nation to pray, and I quote, that God may give me wisdom and strength to carry out the solemn promises I shall be making, and that I may faithfully serve him and you all the days of my life. She certainly fulfilled her promises. And today we mourn her passing. But we do so with tremendous honour for one who served God and her people faithfully. Her Majesty led by example in Northern Ireland and reached out the hand of friendship to help with the reconciliation process. We are duty bound to build on that foundation. The royal visit to the Republic of Ireland in 2011 was groundbreaking, and the warmth with which Her Majesty was received demonstrated that she was revered and respected far beyond this United Kingdom. I remember with fondness her speech during that visit, where she again referred to her Christian convictions and reminded us that forgiveness lies at the heart of her faith and that it can reconcile divided communities. Her visits to my own constituency in Lagan Valley, to the city of Lisburn, to Dromore, and of course to Royal Hillsborough, invoke precious memories for the residents and for all of us. And I know that her death will be felt acutely in Hillsborough and in the surrounding communities. During the most traumatic of days of our troubled past in Northern Ireland, Her Majesty visited with us many times to show solidarity with her people in their darkest of hours. Her presence conveyed a deep sense of stability and offered hope to so many. One such visit was in 1976, in one of the most violent years of the Troubles. In her Christmas address later that year, Her Majesty spoke of the need for an end to the conflict and pointed the way to peace and reconciliation. She reminded us that the following year was her Silver Jubilee and expressed in hope that, and I quote, "The gift I would most value next year is that reconciliation should be found wherever it is needed. A reconciliation which would bring peace and security to families and neighbours at present suffering and torn apart." Yet just a few short years later, Her Majesty too was touched by the violence of the Troubles, and her family endured the hurt and the deep pain of losing a loved one following the assassination by the IRA of the Earl Mountbatten at Mullaghmore in County Sligo in August 1979. She shared the sense of loss felt by countless victims, and her empathy and understanding offered comfort to so many from all backgrounds. She rose above that sense of loss to reach out across divided communities in Northern Ireland and to offer hope. This is real leadership. Yet it took us almost 20 long years to complete our journey to a peace agreement, an agreement that offered the prospect of bringing about that reconciliation that Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth yearned to see. Some 25 years on from that agreement, in truth, Mr. Speaker, we still struggle to deal with the legacy of our troubled past. Your Majesty, on an island riven by conflict and division, you were a bridge builder, reaching out to those from opposite sides of the divide, and your work of reconciliation helped to heal wounds and to encourage change. Your historic visit to the Republic of Ireland was a cathartic moment in British-Irish relations. The way you conducted yourself, the language you used, and the message that you brought helped to lay to rest many of the ghosts of our shared history that have cast their shadows over relationships on these islands for centuries. It is my hope that your passing and the example you set will inspire us to even greater heights and to complete the journey that will bring true healing and reconciliation to our troubled land. Your Majesty, this United Kingdom has been truly blessed to have you as our head of state, a sovereign whose dignified and faithful service has inspired a nation. I can do no better than quote the words of a book that contains the values you sought to uphold throughout your reign. Well done, good and faithful servant. Our United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is stronger for your reign. And to His Majesty King Charles III, I say this: we must all work to build this kingdom, that it is even stronger and more united. And we on this side will use all our endeavours to achieve these objectives. God save the King.
Speaker, I associate with many of the very passionate comments that we have heard already this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and there have been many thousands of moving and heartfelt tributes from across the world. Our Queen was loved, cherished, respected, and admired for her deep devotion to public service and to the people. And of course, we meet in circumstances that we all knew would happen one day, but of course none of us wanted to see. And Mr. Speaker, it was so poignant yesterday that the heavens opened and cried with the country as the devastating news broke that this period of national mourning began. For most of us, if not all in this chamber, and of course people across the country and the Commonwealth and across the world, well, they knew our Queen as the head of state, one sovereign, a lady, one monarch. And the late Queen Elizabeth II's life was one that, of course, was dedicated to public service, but was deeply, deeply inspiring. And of course, she held that dignified presence, that ability, the charisma that this House has heard so much of already this morning, to lead our nation through dark periods, but also through the most joyous moments that we have celebrated as a country. And of course, from the horrors in the world wars to the fears of the pandemic, she was one who never ever faltered in her duty. And of course, as my right honourable friend has already said, she was that rock, but she was there as that model of assurance, that pillar that would give us the strength and support that we would need through the darkest times. But of course, Mr. Speaker, for each and every one of us and for all of our constituents in particular, a royal visit was one of the most joyous moments and occasions that we would all celebrate. They were wonderful, they were memorable, they were great events, and in particular, when the visitor, of course, was Her Majesty the Queen. And a few months after my election to Parliament in 2010, I, of course, witnessed that excitement when Her Majesty the Queen visited that very famous village of Tiptree in the Witham constituency, where the Royal Warrant holding Wilkin and Sons jam makers to mark their 125th anniversary. The affection and warmth that was shown towards Her Majesty, of course, was astonishing to see, not astonishing to see, I should say. And of course, Queen Elizabeth reciprocated, where she touched everyone's hearts, taking the time to see everyone, to speak to everyone as well. Also, when including the famous inspections of the world-famous jams, including the production lines of the Christmas puddings that so many people in this House in particular have recently enjoyed. And of course, despite those huge undertakings year after year, each and every person that she touched felt special. And that was a tremendous mark of her own humility. And that day, now nearly 12 years ago, remains fresh in the minds of my constituents who are mourning, sadly, with the entire nation today. And of course, it's not just royal visits that marked Her Majesty and gave us all that moment of excitement to have seen Her Majesty the Queen. For those of us that enjoy horses and enjoy racing in particular, she herself was well known across not just the country, but also around the world for her love and passion of horses. Whether it was the famous visits to Ascot or Epsom, the Derby itself, all of those who attended wanted to just snip that moment with her, to get that glimmer, hoping to get that royal wave, or recent a famous racing tip as well. And of course, no one did more to champion horse racing in this country than the late Queen. She loved the sport, she loved her horses, and in return, the whole racing industry loved her and will miss her enormously. Her late Majesty led a remarkable life, Mr. Speaker, and delivered an era and reign that will stand out as being the most magnificent in the long and great history of our nation. As we mourn the end of her 70th year reign, we commemorate the great life that she lived and, of course, the long service, the distinguished service that she gave to our country. We reflect on the importance of the monarch in our public life, of course, and at this particular time, a moment in time, our thoughts and prayer are naturally with her family. And we offer our wholehearted support and, of course, our commitment to the King, King Charles III. In the years ahead, while we face, of course, while the faces on our notes and coins and stamps will, of course, change, Her late Majesty will always occupy a special place and an affectionate in the hearts of our nation. God rest her soul, and God save the King.
Dame Margaret Beckett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard it said that on occasions like this, most of us talk about ourselves, and that's inevitable because we're talking about the links we have in our memories with the person who is gone. But I think perhaps I'm one of the few in this House who does remember when the Queen's father died. I must admit my memories are twofold. First, how surprised I was that people thought 25 was young. And secondly, that when she came to the throne, we all got a bar of chocolate. I first encountered Her Majesty at one remove, soon after I was first elected to this House in October 1974, and I do recognise that many honourable members here were not born then. By 1975, I was a junior government whip. We had a small majority and a large legislative programme. And there was a duty that usually fell to a very senior whip, one of writing every day by hand, direct to Her Majesty the Queen to tell her what was happening in her parliament. I was told this had probably originated with the first Prime Minister, who wrote to the King to tell him what was happening in the House. And I was asked to undertake this duty to help my colleague. It seemed to me, I was told, by the way, this is very important, that this was a personal message from a member of the government to Her Majesty for her eyes only. That is relevant. It seemed to me that there was very little point in telling her the things she knew from her red box, or that she had read probably in the chat column in the Daily Telegraph. So what I wrote to her about was the stuff that I thought she wouldn't get from either of those sources. I wrote to her about the gossip in the TV, occasionally slightly edited. And I wrote to her about the rows that people were having behind the scenes in committee rooms or in corridors. There was no feedback, but there wasn't any rebuke either. But then a day came when the Queen went on an overseas visit. Now, I knew, of course, that official correspondence always goes through official channels when the Queen is out of the country. But I was a very new MP, and I thought that something that was marked from me personally to the Queen personally, that no one would have the impertinence to read that. Some busybody in number 10, however, did. Perhaps a little unfortunately, and not unknown to members in this House, there was something of a dispute going on at the time about the issue of our relationship with the European Community. And I told the Queen what we thought about it and what we were saying about it, and where I thought the ministers of the day were sometimes getting it wrong. And the House may not be surprised to learn, I will not sully your ears, but there's a short, pithy phrase, that common usage, that encapsulates really exactly what happened next. But suffice it to say that I was summoned to the Chief Whip, and after a brief and spirited discussion, the job returned to the person to whom it originally was. It was many years later, but rather typically, that I heard very indirectly and subtly that perhaps Her Majesty had slightly regretted a return to normal service. And I thought that was comforting. I was pleased about that. It was many years later, after a short involuntary break in my service in this House, that I returned for my present constituency, where we have had the great honour to entertain Her Majesty on many occasions, not least in everybody's memory, when she opened our new football stadium and indeed our brand new hospital, to which she was gracious enough to agree we could give the title of the Royal Derby Hospital, in which it rejoices to this day. And over the years, 3 years, for example, as President of the Council, I was fortunate enough to have many encounters with Her Majesty, and can absolutely endorse everything that has been said and will be said, no doubt, about her intelligence, her awareness, and her attitudes. I was also fortunate enough to be present after the death of our colleague John Smith at the commemoration of D-Day on the 50th anniversary, and to be in the Queen's company and observe her and her utter respect for the veterans and for the sacrifice of those days over that period. But as I say, I had many encounters with her as President of the Council, and indeed, as Foreign Secretary, accompanied her on state visits where, like the Right Honourable Lady, the former Prime Minister, I heard for example, her observations about the comments made to her by the mother of a former president about the then present incumbent. And very interesting it was. So I would just testify to the qualities of which everyone else has spoken and to which I'm sure everyone else will give testimony of her intelligence, her knowledge, her sense of humor. One of my abiding and favorite memories is fairly, not very recently, but of recent years. People will probably recall it's often been on the news. It's one of my favorite clips of, I think the Duke of Edinburgh was being chased by a persistent bee. And there's a picture of the Queen coming through an archway, giggling uncontrollably, and clearly quite unable to suppress how hysterically funny she found it. And I think that very much sums up the person that you could see and admire. She was a remarkable person, a remarkable monarch, and we are the poorer for her going.
Douglas Ross.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Often this place can be criticised for the debates we have, but I think it has risen to the occasion today in memory of the late Her Majesty the Queen, and the contributions from all sides of the House show the heartfelt thoughts of members who have had close experience and those of us who have met the Queen very infrequently. I met the late Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth at the opening of the Scottish Parliament last year, and I had a short conversation with her as the leader of the main opposition party, and she moved on to the other party leaders. But I have a picture of the Queen shaking my hand with the beaming smile that we saw in her last picture that was taken at Balmoral on Tuesday. And Her Majesty the Queen loved Scotland, and Scotland loved Her Majesty the Queen. And I think it is right that that picture, it was taken by an excellent Scottish photographer, Jane Barlow, who captured Her Majesty looking very calm, very happy, and very at home in Balmoral, which she loved. I also want to speak briefly on behalf of my constituents in Murray, who enjoyed meeting the Queen on many occasions. The most recent visit, and her last visit to Murray, was in November 2014, when she arrived on the Royal Train at Elgin train station, and she went to meet our armed forces at RAF Lossiemouth and at Kinloss Barracks, because it has been mentioned today, but the armed forces are important and were important to Her Majesty and are important to King Charles III and will play an extremely important role in the coming days and weeks. But that visit in November 2014 was accompanied with the late Duke of Edinburgh, and it was their 67th wedding anniversary. And it showed that the public commitment to service and the dedication of both Her Majesty the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh, it meant that they went about their duties when others would be celebrating a milestone anniversary. But that was what the Queen provided: commitment and dedication at every opportunity to deliver for people across the country. We will, over the next few days and weeks, remember that commitment from Her Majesty the Queen, and we will, in our thoughts and our prayers, think about King Charles III and the royal family, who are grieving the loss of a loving mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. But as we join together to grieve and mourn, we also unite to give thanks and to celebrate a life well lived, to celebrate a life committed and dedicated to public service, a life which has shone a light throughout the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and around the world. And the tributes we've heard in this place today and from leaders across the globe show the respect rightly held for the late Her Majesty the Queen. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
John Cryer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think probably unlike every previous speaker, I only met the Queen once, and that was when she visited, appropriately enough, the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch, which was then my constituency. And when she left, she went on, as she always did, to go from strength to strength. I left to be ejected from Parliament by the voters at the following election, who had slightly different experiences after her visit. As the leader of the Liberal Democrats has said, It's difficult to imagine the world without her, and that's absolutely true. But it's worth remembering something that is very rarely remembered, and that is that in 1936, after the abdication crisis, the monarchy teetered on the brink. And according to most polls at that time, most British voters thought the monarchy might not survive for very long. Now, since 1945, the monarchy has been the most popular institution in Britain and has polled something like 80%. There's no institution that's polled anything like that level of popularity over such a sustained period of time. Now, that's not an accident. It happened for two reasons, both because the Queen and her father, George VI, had that iron dedication to public service, which possibly started in the most spectacular, something like the second, had an absolutely clear understanding of the constitutional parameters of the role of the monarchy, and neither of them ever strayed outside that role. And in the case of the Queen, despite repeated attempts to pull her into political controversies, including the first one I can remember was in 1974, we had a hung parliament. And there was article after article in the press in those days saying that the Queen should intervene, should pull the parties together, the two big parties, perhaps the three big parties, to form some sort of coalition government, and she refused to do it. And she was absolutely right to refuse to do it. And she was persistent in that all the way through. And that's her great legacy, that the monarchy has survived as that popular institution because she observed those absolutely correct constitutional parameters. And I think we can all hope that if the new king, as I'm sure he will, observes those parameters and has that dedication to public service, which he's already demonstrated, he can reunite and draw together a nation which is as bitterly divided as I can remember.
Dame Andrea Leadsom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today was strange to wake up to the first day without our much loved and hugely respected Queen Elizabeth II. There is a sense of personal loss as well as shock. Somehow her long years of service, commitment and duty felt as if they would never come to an end. As one of the older members of my family told me just this morning, things changed so much in her and our lifetime, and sometimes we feel hopelessly out of date and rather uncomfortable. She was our figurehead, and for that we are truly grateful. The Queen's reign was somehow timeless. Listening back this morning to her first televised Christmas broadcast in 1957, and then to her broadcast to the nation during COVID, Queen Elizabeth II proved continuity right from the post-war years through 15 different prime ministers, from Sir Winston Churchill to my right honourable friend, the member for South West Norfolk, and to the extraordinary, heartwarming royal digital performances with James Bond and with Paddington Bear. For me, her handbag will now always contain a marmalade sandwich. I always remember being sworn in as a Privy Councillor. It was the same day as my right honourable friend, the member for Uxbridge, and we were given the usual briefing on how you kneel on a footstool with your right hand by your side, your left hand holding a Bible, and my right honourable friend and I looked at each other and we were like, what if you fall off your footstool? And we were told very straight-faced, don't worry, the Queen will find it very amusing, which we didn't find reassuring, but luckily it didn't happen. As Lord President of the Council during the hung Parliament of 2017 to 2019, I had the honour of regular audiences with the Queen ahead of Privy Council meetings. On those occasions, I was always struck by the warmth of the welcome and the frankness of the conversation. The Queen was always interested to hear updates on the progress of legislation and the mood of the House. She was very well informed and also quite challenging at a time of extraordinary events, from Brexit to Donald Trump's visit to behaviour scandals here in Westminster. Once a year, the leaders of the Commons and Lords would be invited to Windsor Castle for lunch with the Queen and Prince Philip. These occasions felt quite overwhelming, but at the same time, after a pre-lunch drink in the sitting room and getting into a conversation about how well the restoration of Windsor Castle was presided over by Prince Philip compared to our own efforts to restore the Palace of Westminster, Baroness Evans of Bowes Park and I were very soon distracted as we sought to defend the indefensible. A happy memory for me is going to Sandringham for Privy Council 1 January, with log fires burning and the Queen's corgis pottering around. I recall the Queen saying what a very busy Christmas she'd had, and I suggested, well, at least her family don't need to pause Christmas lunch for the Queen's speech, at which she told me they most certainly did. As for all of us, her family would pause lunch and watch the Queen's speech, and Princess Charlotte had run over to the TV screen and said, look, there's Gangan. Very heartwarming. At each of the audiences, it would strike me anew that Privy Council meetings were just one of the many daily duties of the Queen, and that her cheerfulness and her twinkling eyes were always a constant. Truly, she was a monarch who put the comfort of others above herself, and she never faltered in her promise to spend her life devoted to service. And as we've prayed every day sitting in this place, that Queen Elizabeth I may always incline to thy will and walk in thy way, so I believe we can now pray with confidence that after this life, she may attain everlasting joy and felicity through Jesus Christ our Lord. Queen Elizabeth II spent her life building relationships in our nation, our Commonwealth, and across the world. In her achievements, we can all take comfort and know that as the crown passes to our new king, we will have the example of her legacy to unite us in loyal allegiance to her successor, King Charles III. God save the King.
Dame Angela Eagle.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to pay a tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my constituents in Wallasey, who are in shock and mourning today. One of the things that strikes everyone contemplating this sad news is the sheer span of the length of time of her reign, the longest ever reign in UK history. Someone who lived through an era of profound upheaval and change, but who represented continuity and certainty amidst the tumult. When she was born, it's hard to remember that in 1926, only 10 women had ever been elected into this place, into this House of Commons. And at that time, women did not exercise the vote on the same terms as men. Thankfully, that has now changed, though I always say that work to achieve equality is never done. But she, as the mother of the house said earlier, led just by example. She led by being. She demonstrated as our head of state, who was clearly, obviously, a woman and a wife and a mother, how possible it was, even if that had been granted to her by fate, by destiny, to combine the roles of the pressure that she had on her with a family life. Her coronation was the first to be televised. Now the monarchy has a presence on social media platforms seen by billions. Her reign has seen the transition from empire to Commonwealth, from conflict to peace in Northern Ireland, but also from complacency to climate emergency, which demonstrates to all of us that we have much to do and many problems to confront us. The values she personified are clear and have been clear from the comments in this House: utter commitment to public service and duty, a woman who dedicated her life to the service of our nation. And when she said at 21 in a broadcast, "I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service," that is a vow that she delivered, as we now know, faithfully right up until the very end. She personified wisdom and experience, but she did, as the Honourable Lady who's just spoken has just said, have that twinkle in her eye. Whenever you were waiting in line to meet Her Majesty, you could see the twinkle and it put you at ease. She first visited Wirral in 1957, but during my time in this house, she first came to Birkenhead when she opened the Europa Pool in 1996, and finally came to Wallasey for the second time in 2011 to open the newly rebuilt floral pavilion in New Brighton. Thousands upon thousands of official duties, many thousands of my constituents looked forward to her visits and have fond memories of them. She was always interested, always engaging, and always smiling and reassuring when she interacted with people who lined the routes to see her on these fantastic occasions. So her loss will be mourned. It's a terrible but inevitable loss. She left us in a place where we know we can survive the transition because of the strength she gave to the institution. So may she rest in peace, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we all wish the greatest condolences to the royal family who are going through such terrible loss now. And we look forward to supporting the new king as much as we've supported our now sadly lost Queen Elizabeth II.
Javid. It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Lady. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm filled with great sadness as I rise to pay tribute to the life and the memory of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Our thoughts are with the royal family and who have lost a mother, a grandmother, and of course a great-grandmother. Her Majesty lived an extraordinary life of service, and the touching tributes that we have already heard from Right Honourable and Honourable members so far, along with the outpouring of emotion from across the world, including from my own constituents in Bromsgrove District, reflect the deep affection and love in which she was held. For over 7 decades, she was a source of our strength and comfort, a representative of our closest held values and beliefs, a defender of faith, and an embodiment of the very best of public service and duty. She was our North Star, a symbol of strength in difficult times. To put it simply, she was our Queen. Right Honourable and Honourable members, many have shared their times of when they were privileged to meet Her late Majesty. And I was able to do so on many occasions, and I always welcomed the huge wisdom she would share, the advice, and of course the good humour. I will never forget during the occasion of the final Privy Council meeting of 2017, as the formalities ended, Her Majesty suddenly said, "Gin and tonic, anybody?" and proceeded to press a buzzer. And with that, her staff promptly burst through the doors of the 1844 room in Buckingham Palace, armed with trays of G&T and nibbles. Now, I'm not much of a G&T drinker myself, but I certainly was not going to turn down the opportunity of enjoying one with Her late Majesty. I later learned that she'd like to make the last Privy Council meeting of the year extra special so that she could wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Madam Deputy Speaker, our country faces immense challenges at home and abroad, and the person that has always been there is there no longer. However, in the wake of this terrible loss, it is an opportunity for parliamentarians from across this House to renew their commitment to the values that were embodied by Her late Majesty: public service, duty, the national interest. If we can leave this place having achieved but the smallest fraction of what Her late Majesty achieved, our country would be the better for it. After a lifetime of service, Her late Majesty is now at rest. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Miss Savile Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Prydferydd. And on behalf of Plaid Cymru, I would like to offer my sincerest sympathies and condolences to Her Majesty the Queen's children and her extended family as they come to terms with their grief. Queen Elizabeth II has been a constant presence throughout all our lives. She stood as a figure of stability in a world that is changing at a rapid and sometimes frightening pace. The loss of the continuity that Her Majesty embodied is a source of sorrow and anxiety for people across the world. Up to her final days, she conducted her duties with an extraordinary dedication that has been an inspiration for so many of us. Her values of duty, service, reconciliation and forgiveness are values that the people of Wales hold very dear. In Wales, we respect people who embody that sense of dedication to society and to public service, who put their public duty first Her Majesty the Queen personified that duty for so many people for so many years. And Her Majesty had a canny ability to put people at ease in the midst of palace formality. When I was fortunate to be appointed to the Privy Council 3 years ago, I remember being nervous, being intimidated by the protocols and the rules that govern interactions with the royal family. Your mind, as it would do, tots up an infinite checklist of everything that could possibly go wrong. And what struck me was something she said. She said, "You may well be worrying that you'll do something wrong or in the wrong order. Don't worry. Whatever could possibly go wrong, I've seen it all before. There's nothing that you could do that would shock me now." Even among all the pomp and ceremony, there was that characteristic warmth and courtesy to the Queen. And Her Majesty was a magnificent role model for older women across the world. Historically, of course, older women have disappeared from public life. The Queen was a constant, visible figure throughout the 70 years of her reign. From historic buildings and charities to football, she always showed an interest in Wales. People of all walks of Welsh life have been touched by the Queen's keen interest and constant support of Welsh organisations. She attended every official opening of the Senedd and showed due respect for Wales's nationhood and our growing democracy. She was patron to organisations as diverse as the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society, the Football Association of Wales, Cardiff Royal Infirmary, and the Welsh Pony and Cob Society. Her love of horses, from thoroughbreds to native ponies, shone through. You see it in those sparkling smiles. Everyone in public life knows you have a public smile, but the photos with the horses, that was her real smile. We now see one era drawing to a close and a new one at its very beginning. For now, we will say, Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Cwsg Clan Hedd, may she rest in peace. Bendith Dew ar y brenin. God's blessing on the King.
Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to share gratitude for the life of Her late Majesty the Queen, share sadness for her, especially for her family, and also sadness for the country and the world at the loss of the greatest statesman of our time. I also want to mark my own personal gratitude for the advice that Her Majesty gave me, for her role in particular, as has been mentioned by the most recent former Prime Minister, for her role in bringing the country together and giving hope in dark times during the pandemic. And I'd also add for taking the rare step of going public with her health status when declaring that she'd taken a vaccination and showing further leadership. She was much loved, of course, and loved across my West Suffolk constituency, but perhaps declaring that she'd taken a vaccination and showing further leadership. She was much loved, of course, and loved across my West Suffolk constituency, but perhaps no more anywhere than in Newmarket, which she visited so often. Newmarket, of course, is the jewel in the crown of horse racing, certainly domestically and probably across the world. And on her many, many visits there, she showed that she could walk with sovereigns and the general public alike. She visited many times. It was where I first met her. The first time I met her, I was lucky to be with my small daughter, who handed her a posy, and it's my daughter's first memory, and no doubt will be an abiding one for the rest of her life. And it reminds me of the many times that I've seen Her Majesty meeting the public and been impressed and inspired by her sheer ability to ensure that each person she meets understands that she is focused entirely on them and she listened so well to them, knowing no doubt that for each person she met, it was a moment that that person would remember for the rest of her life. Her fortitude at continuing to do that well into her 90s was incredible to behold. Now, we in Newmarket are not always known for our humility, but the one thing we do know is that the reason that Her Majesty loved to come to Newmarket was not because of us two-legged beings, but because of the four-legged beings. And her love of horse racing was perhaps her greatest love outside her duty to her family and her country. The twinkle that we've heard so much of and the genuine smile that came on her face was probably broadest when at a racecourse, as she demonstrated in what was probably her last social public occasion at Ascot. I remember it particularly at a visit when she came to open the National Horse Racing Museum, which is in Newmarket. She went down the line of dignitaries. She went down and met the public. She gave them her customary focus, but she was clearly doing her duty because the museum is full of retired racehorses, and it was only when she got to the horses that she really lit up. This was Her Majesty at her best. We have lost a great servant. She is replaced by another great servant of our nation. God save the King.
Dame Margaret Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think what's been so remarkable in the words that have been spoken since Her Majesty's Queen Elizabeth's death is just how many people's lives she touched. It wasn't just simply the length of her reign, nor her complete commitment to duty, but I think it was her character and the way in which she did her work that meant that she was loved by so many and will be missed by us all. Many of us here today had the privilege of meeting her and talking to her. And like the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green, I too had the drinks at Christmas and wished I knew a bit more about cocktails, but went for the safe gin and tonic at the time. I want to remember her at the start of her reign and then recall two of the times when I was with her. I was 8 when Queen Elizabeth was crowned. Just to say to my right honourable friend, the member from Derby South, we were still rationed in those days, if she remembers. So the reason that the chocolate was so welcome was it was rationed chocolate. We didn't care about the eggs and the meat being rationed, but the chocolate being rationed was really important. We didn't have a television in our home, so we huddled and crowded around a small black and white television in one of our neighbours' houses. But I really remember seeing the coach, seeing the glittering jewels on her crown, and seeing her stunning white dress. It was simply like a fairy tale, a Cinderella or a Snow White coming true. And that magical moment of beauty, hope, and goodness has stayed with me all through her long reign. There were two occasions when I met her that also remain strong in my memory. Firstly, in the early 80s, when I was leader in Islington, the Queen visited Sadler's Wells, and we laid on a session for her with a group of old age pensioners, women living in Finsbury, and we were running there a Keep Fit dancing class under the tutorship of Sadler's Wells teachers. The Queen walked into the room, and the warmth of her smile as she entered the room and the utter joy of the women at being watched by Her Majesty and the calm way that she put them at ease when she talked to them was just simply brilliant. And for the Queen, I think it was probably just another day, but for the women, it was probably one of the most eventful days in their lives. The second was when the Queen came to visit Barking and Dagenham in July 2015, when she was nearly 90, to mark the 50th anniversary of the creation of the borough. She spent almost the whole day there, opening a community centre, lunching in a local theatre. She visited schools and she watched a swimming display. Thousands of my constituents came out to see her and many met her, and she did enjoy a rapturous reception. And the fact that she's chosen to spend so much of her time with us on what must have been a tiring day, she was getting on for 90, demonstrates, I think, her total commitment to duty, to us, to her people. And among the sea of Union Jacks that met her, I just remember the placards which said, "Welcome our Queen, we love you." Madam Deputy Speaker, at a time of constant change, Queen Elizabeth II gave us stability. At a time of uncertainty, tension, and conflict, she always provided a path to reconciliation. And as a nation and community, she provided leadership that brought recognition, respect, and status, and love to all of Great Britain and all of our people. We will miss her.
Nigel Adams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is with great sadness that I rise to speak in the tributes to Her late Majesty the Queen, not only on my behalf, but on behalf of my constituents in Selby and Ainsty. The news the whole nation had been dreading brings the reign of the longest-serving monarch in British history to an end. As we've heard, as a child, she was not expected to be Queen, but her destiny and that of our nation changed when her father acceded to the throne as King George VI. She, as we've heard, as a 21-year-old young woman, pledged to live a life of service. There can be no one anywhere, Madam Deputy Speaker, that can say she did not deliver on that pledge. I vividly recall the celebrations for the Queen's Silver Jubilee in my village and across the nation. It's also incredible that she has also celebrated golden, diamond and platinum jubilees. Her life spanned some of the most amazing milestones over the last century, from the discovery of penicillin, the moon landings, and the invention of the World Wide Web. She was also a monarch that circumnavigated the world, visiting hundreds of countries, including those Commonwealth countries which she held with such affection. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the Queen also visited Selby in my constituency alongside her beloved husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. This was in 1969, when they came to present Maundy money to 43 men and 43 women at Selby Abbey. 10,000 people lined the town streets that day to welcome and catch a glimpse of their monarch. Now, like many honourable and right honourable members, I've had the privilege of meeting the Queen, both times at the Palace, and I cannot tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, how nervous I was as we lined up to meet her. All my nerves were becalmed, however, once I'd been greeted by that beautifully warm smile and her welcoming words. That warmth, that smile, is what's comforted our nation over the decades, through good and challenging times. The word constant has been widely used, and that's exactly what her late Majesty was. It would be difficult to imagine life without her, and it feels like we've all lost a grandmother. My right honourable friend, the member for Uxbridge, in his touching speech, referred to her late Majesty as Elizabeth the Great. He is absolutely right to do so. She was a truly great monarch, and in some ways, the greatest monarch. Her late Majesty was also a mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, and my thoughts and prayers are with her family, especially with King Charles III, who succeeds her to the throne. And as my right honourable friend has also said, it is a tribute to her that we can say with great confidence, God save the King. Madam Deputy Speaker, we owe her late Majesty a great debt of gratitude. May God bless her and keep her. May she rest in peace. And if I may paraphrase a small bear from darkest Peru, Mom, thank you for everything.
Colm Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The warm tributes that have already been paid to Queen Elizabeth II by honourable and right honourable members today tell their own story about the great respect and deep affection that so many from such diverse and different backgrounds had for her. It is an affection and a respect that transcends mere political difference and speaks to her position as a leader and an example of public service. As others have already said, the Queen was one of the most consequential civic figures of the last century. As political leaders came and went, as public opinion ebbed and flowed, she remained a constant, an unyielding and limitless source of strength and comfort for her people in times of national pride and sorrow. The scale of her reign, lasting more than 70 years, spanned the embers of conflict following the Second World War to the peace process between our islands and our peoples. During that time, she forged a legacy that will outlast all of us here. But I hope that lays the foundation for enduring relations between these islands, in spite of the challenges we now face. As leader of the SDLP, I had cause to meet with Queen Elizabeth on a number of occasions. Believe me when I say this, it is difficult to think of two people more divorced from each other in terms of background and aspiration. But in any dealings I had with her, I can only recount a person of great warmth, character, and an enduring passion for the interests and needs of people. That, I think, is the reason for the longevity of our support among the British people. But as a leader of Irish nationalism, I want to place on record my deep appreciation and respect for the Queen's role in forging new bonds of friendship between our islands and between our people. It is also easy to forget now, but she was also a victim of the conflict that the people of these islands were subjected to for 40 long years. I know that the murder of her cousin Lord Mountbatten in Mullaghmore in August 1979 had a profound effect on her and on her extended family. She experienced the sharp pain of loss, but in common with the people of Ireland, she took risks for peace and played an enormous role in reconciling the traditions that share our islands. At no time was this more visible than during her 2011 visit to Ireland. I believe that Queen Elizabeth's visit to the Gardens of Remembrance in Dublin and the way she stretched herself to be an example of a good neighbour to Ireland in those moments contributed in a very significant way to healing the wounds of our past. Those couple of focal, those few words of Irish, Huchtaron Agus Acharja, President and friends, was a symbolic embrace of the Irish people, and it was deeply, deeply appreciated. The blessings of a long life doesn't make the burden of saying goodbye any lighter. My sincerest condolences are with the Queen's immediate family, with Right Honourable and Honourable members here today, and most particularly with those in Northern Ireland for whom she held a cherished place in their lives and in their hearts. I know how difficult it is to lose your hero, but there is comfort in the lasting legacy that she will leave, having helped shape our common history. The story of our peoples is fundamentally and inseparably intertwined. We all live in each other's shadow. I hope that we continue to build on the legacy that Queen Elizabeth II helped forge. May she rest in peace.
Order, just a reminder that the Speaker's guidance was 3 minutes in order to be able to get in as many people as possible. David Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as other Right Honourable and Honourable members have mentioned, it is impossible for virtually all of us and our constituents to remember a time when Her Majesty the Queen was not there. I was born a matter of weeks after she acceded to the throne, and throughout my life, and indeed all our lives, hers has been a continuous, reassuring presence, providing wise guidance for the country through good times and bad. She was both an anchor and a lodestone for our nation, and it is indeed hard to contemplate life without her. For 7 decades, she was there for us, and I think that many of us thought that she always would be. She had a rare, innate ability to generate affection, respect, and loyalty, not only from the people of this country, but from countless millions throughout the Commonwealth and beyond. Hers was arguably the most recognized face on the planet, and it's not only here that she will be missed, but in other lands across the world, even in the few countries that she never visited during her long reign. At the time of her Platinum Jubilee, the BBC broadcast a remarkable documentary called Elizabeth, the Unseen Queen, which was part narrated by the Queen herself. And in the documentary, she spoke the following words of an Australian Aboriginal proverb. "We are all visitors to this time, this place. We are just passing through. Our purpose here is to observe, to learn, to grow, to love, and then we return home."
And Madam Deputy Speaker, while we and our constituents feel the most profound grief at her passing, and our mourning will undoubtedly continue long beyond her funeral, we must find comfort in the knowledge that our Queen, strong in the Christian faith that sustained her throughout her life, has returned home and is at peace. God bless the lovely memory of Her Majesty. God save the King.
Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise at a time of great sadness for our country, and I do so on behalf of my constituents in Doncaster North, and I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, I speak for you and your constituents in Doncaster Central, indeed right across Doncaster. I would say also, Madam Deputy Speaker, the House has been at its best today with some wonderful speeches and memories of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. I was Leader of the Opposition, as the House will know, and I know that it is noted that the Queen experienced 15 Prime Ministers. I think perhaps it has been lost count of how many Leaders of the Opposition she went through, which says something about Leaders of the Opposition, perhaps. But it is in that spirit and my experience that I want to talk briefly to the House, because I think one thing that has come through so much since Her Majesty's passing last night is the words public service. And I want to reflect on some qualities, some extraordinary qualities that she showed in terms of public service. First of all, her ability to bring people together and unify our country. I was at the state banquet in 2014 for the President of Ireland, a state banquet attended by the late Martin McGuinness. It showed extraordinary selflessness, courage, and an ability to heal that Her Majesty invited Martin McGuinness, given the history of what happened to Lord Mountbatten. But it was the person that she was. Her duty to our country, her duty to bring people together came first. Secondly, I think she taught us about kindness in leadership. The Right Honourable Member for Chingford, who is not in his place, talked about his experience when he was deposed as Leader of the Opposition. I was deposed by the British people rather than my party. I should say that to the House that as my career nosedived, my wife's took off, and she became a High Court judge in 2019 and became a Dane. And so we were both invited to the palace to meet Her Majesty. And Her Majesty fixed me with her gaze as we saw each other and said, "Oh, it's you," she said. "What are you doing here?" knowing full well why I was there. And we had a wonderful conversation. And there she was at 93, still full of vim, vigor, and humor. And there is a lesson for us all in the kindness she showed to me and to other members of this House. And thirdly, I want to say something about her sense of humor, because I go back to a time in 2008 when I had been recently appointed the Secretary of State for Climate Change, and I went to my first ever Privy Council meeting, and Her Majesty was reading out laws that were being passed. And as she did so, she paused for a moment and said, because she was having trouble reading, and she said, "Yes, it's these new long life light bulbs that we've introduced." And she fixed me with a beady gaze and a twinkle in her eye, and I smiled. And that was the sense of humor that she showed. She was an extraordinary monarch, but I do also want to say a word about King Charles III. And here, again, I speak on behalf of my constituents. He has been an extraordinary warrior on the issue of the environment, long before it was fashionable. And when I was Climate Change Secretary, I always thought of him as an extraordinary national asset on this issue, and he remains so. But he's not just a fighter for big causes. He is also someone, and here he has inherited this from his mother, of extraordinary kindness, generosity and compassion. We see it in his work to heal social divisions in our country, but I've also seen it in my constituency, which was hit by floods in both 2007 and 2019. And on both occasions, including on the first, when part of my constituency was still underwater, King Charles III came to see us, to see my constituents, to talk to them, to be with them, including on the second occasion, just before Christmas, because he knew that his presence at this time of anguish and grief and anxiety for my constituents would make an enormous difference to them. And indeed, it did so. I say to the House, we have lost an extraordinary monarch who has had an extraordinary and distinguished reign for 7 decades. She is followed by someone who I know will live up to all of the hopes of our country, will bring that same sense of unity, that sense of compassion, and that sense of public service. Long live the King.
Chris Craven.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to be able to participate in this solemn occasion, one that we all knew would happen, but one we all really in our heart of hearts hoped wouldn't. It is a day of mourning for all of us individually, for us collectively as a House, and for the whole nation. And not just the whole nation. I was struck last night to see a picture of an American baseball diamond with the teams lined up in a minute's silence in recognition of the loss of the Queen. And of course, she was a global figure. I remember when I hosted the Global Law Summit in 2015, and the Queen very kindly hosted a reception at the Palace. The US Justice Secretary, a powerful man in that country, coming up to me after he'd been introduced to the Queen, going, I feel like a 9-year-old. It's just amazing. I'm here. It's extraordinary. And that's what the world thinks of her, thought of her, and that's why they will all be mourning with us now. And I have a particular reason for mourning, 2 reasons actually. My constituency is one of the places she came to every year as a committed racing watcher to attend the Derby, and she will be much missed there in the future. And I had an email from a constituent this morning saying we will miss now that moment every year when she drove up the road at the end of our street and we could all see her and wave as she went past. She'll be missed by everybody in Epsom. But I'll particularly miss her because I had the privilege of serving for 5 years, first as her Lord Chancellor and then as Lord President of her Council. And in those 2 roles, one gets to spend not as much time as the Prime Minister, but a considerable amount of time with her. And she was an extraordinary, welcoming, kind, smart person. I remember the moment, I remember the moment when the current Archbishop of Canterbury was sworn in. And we've been through the formula that you go through on these occasions. And then when we finished, she and the Archbishop, who used to work for Shell in Nigeria, embarked in this extraordinary conversation about the politics of Nigeria. And she knew it inside out. She was incredibly knowledgeable about what was going on in this country and elsewhere. She was incredibly welcoming for all those of us who've had the privilege of spending time working with her in our various capacities. We know she was a kind person, or a warm person, always welcoming, always that twinkle in the eye that the Right Honourable Member referred to a moment ago. Always a light-hearted conversation, sometimes about great issues, sometimes about simple matters like how you manage all the dogs at Sandringham at Christmas time. I remember so many occasions going in with this incredible global figure and being made to feel welcome, being made to feel that she was interested in what I and we were doing, and to feel incredibly proud that she was our monarch. And I join the Right Honourable Member in wishing all the very best to King Charles III. He has had a long apprenticeship. He will, I believe, be a great monarch, and I know everyone in this House will wish him all the very best for what is a very difficult time for him. We'll also want to extend our condolences to all members of the royal family who've lost their grandmother and their great-grandmother. It is a very sad occasion for them. But I particularly today think back to one conversation I had with her. We were, before a Privy Council meeting, talking about the way technology is changing the world. And I said, yeah, it's extraordinary. The world's changing so fast. Who knows where we'll be in 30 years' time? And she said, the only thing I know is I won't be there. And sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, she isn't. And we all miss her.
Hilary Bell.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of my constituents in Leeds Central as we together mourn the Queen's passing, offer our heartfelt condolences to His Majesty the King and to the royal family on their private grief borne so publicly, and to mark an extraordinary life. It was at my first meeting of the Privy Council that I came to understand that the Queen was determined that things should be done correctly. We were waiting outside the door and one of the footmen opened it to see what was going on. And as he closed it, he turned to his colleague and said, "She's moving the footstools again." To which he received the reply, "She's the Queen. If she wants to move the footstools, she can move the footstools." Now, hers was a life that above all else embodied constancy. We have known no other, and we feel the Queen's passing so keenly precisely because she was always here. Her devotion to duty, to service, and to representing our country ran like an unbroken thread through the decades and through each of our lives. Like the passing of time and the changing of the seasons, she was always here. And although, as we have heard, so many things changed during her reign, she did not change. Above the noisy clamour of politics and public debate, she carried on and showed us what service means, carried out with grace and with humour. And now the day has come, as we long feared but knew it would, that she is no longer here. And as the people of Leeds and of Yorkshire and of the country come to terms with their deep sense of loss at this moment in the history of our nation, our United Kingdom, let us give thanks for her uniquely long and well-lived life. And just as faith, hope, and love abide, so will our memories of the Queen, her constancy, her service, and her profound sense of duty. Thank you for everything that you did, Ma'am, and may you rest in peace eternal.
Andrew Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I had the very great privilege of serving as the Vice Chamberlain of Her Majesty's household between July 2018 and April 2019, a role and a title given to the fourth most senior government whip. It's a role that the Right Honourable Member for Derby South spoke about earlier in her fantastic contribution. It's a role that most Honourable and Right Honourable Members don't know even exists, apart from when they see one of the government whips stood at the bar of the House wearing a tailcoat and carrying what appears to be a snooker cue. It's also a role that only people hear about when they realise that somebody has to be held hostage at the palace before Her Majesty would come to Parliament for the state opening. However, the role is much more than that, in that alongside your day-to-day activities in the Whip's office, you would write a daily note to Her Majesty, keeping her updated with parliamentary business, giving her all the gossip, and then going to Parliament to discuss those matters. I'm just very glad that, unlike the Right Honourable Member for Derby South, the Chief Whip nor the Prime Minister ever read my notes. Given my period in office coincided with some of the most acrimonious Brexit debates, a confidence vote in our Prime Minister, my Right Honourable friend, the Member for Maidenhead, and the 2019 vote of confidence, there are very few issues Her Majesty and I have not discussed. Indeed, my final week in office as the Vice Chamberlain included nude protesters gluing themselves to the glass in the public gallery and the chamber being suspended after water started pouring through the ceiling into the press gallery. Perhaps it was quite symbolic as to how broken our Parliament was at that time. However, despite this being an immensely stressful and politically charged period, on every occasion I met Her Majesty, I found her calm, warm, and reassuring. Like all who have spoken today, I was struck by her interest in current events and her lifelong service to our nation. As our longest reigning monarch and the world's longest serving head of state, she had an incredible insight into current affairs and was a great symbol of continuity in a rapidly changing world. I remember vividly a discussion we had about the online abuse that many members across the House face on social media. Her Majesty recalled a conversation she'd had with Sir Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the World Wide Web, and talked knowledgeably about the subject, despite social media being something most people in the 90s wouldn't know or care anything about. We also discussed interviews that she'd watched on the BBC News at 10 the night before, demonstrating that Her Majesty's desire to stay on top of current affairs stretched well beyond the papers she received in her daily red box. All these meetings took place with Her Majesty standing throughout and were often sandwiched between multiple other official engagements that she was undertaking. I last met Her Majesty the Queen on the 19th of July at her last ever Privy Council meeting, when I was sworn into the Privy Council and presented with a Bible, which I carry with me today. I believe that made me the 1,336th person and final person to be sworn into Her late Majesty's Privy Council. It is an incredible honour as a minister for the past 5 years to get to meet a remarkable, caring, informed and witty monarch who's overseen huge change during her reign, but never stopped working day in, day out for our country. And it is an incredible honour for me as a Lancastrian MP to see the love felt towards Her Majesty, Duke of Lancaster, by so many of my constituents in Pendle, who I will be joining with in remembering and celebrating her life over this period of national mourning. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I never had the pleasure of meeting the late Queen personally, but I have met her son, the new King, on several occasions, and I can testify personally to his deep love for the Highlands. And I know that my constituents in Inverness, Nairn, Badenoch and Strathspey will want to join me in holding him in our thoughts as he deals with this most personal of losses, that of his mother. But of course, as we know, the late Queen was also a grandmother and a great-grandmother, and she acceded to the throne as a young woman at the age of 25 and was an inspiration and icon for many young women, and as we've also heard this morning, became an inspiration and an icon for many older women too. She was someone, as we can see from the tributes internationally, who was respected and admired far and wide. The vast majority of my constituents, whether they be monarchists or Republican or anything in between, have never known a time when she was not our head of state. Our sympathy goes to her family and all of those who are so deeply affected by her passing.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of the constituents of Harwich and North Essex, I rise to pay tribute to Her late Majesty, whose whole life was the greatest example of public service we shall ever witness, whose kind heart, sharp intellect, huge wisdom was such a gift to the nation, and who had love in her soul for everyone and a serenity which even now calms the nation in these troubled times. She inspired so many good causes. I single out one, the Commonwealth. In 1952, a mere 8 nations, which she led from being an emerging relic of a lost empire to become a network of nations representing 2.5 billion people in the network world we now live in. Just one of her achievements, but what an achievement. What a legacy for future generations, including, may I say, the Commonwealth Youth Orchestra, whose foundation she supported, about which she spoke to me with such passion, knowing that we both had such interest in music. Her devotion brought her to every corner of the kingdom, where she would show her humour and humanity. When in 2004 she came to Harwich to commemorate the 400th anniversary of the town charter, when Ivan Henderson was still the Member of Parliament, her programme included seeing the historic carvings in the town jail. But when the late Andy Morrison, the mayor, announced, "You will now be taken to the jail, Your Majesty," a pall fell over the royal party. So he attempted to rephrase the invitation. But Prince Philip just retorted, "That wasn't much better." And she threw back her head and roared with laughter. Later that day, as she stepped into the crowd on Harwich Quay, she said to the mayoress, Pam Morrison, "My dear, don't let me miss any children." A 3-year-old boy was duly lifted over the barrier, who gave his flowers to the mayoress at first. But Her Majesty, unfazed, chatted to the boy and charmed him, and he saw her take the little bunch of flowers which he had given her into her own hands, and she carried them for the rest of the tour. So she combined global leadership, such principle and dedication, with such humanity and care. She has gone to the light, who some call God, who inspires us all. God rest her soul. May he comfort all those who were closest to her. God save the King.
Shibana Mahmood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is an honour to be able to pay tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and to offer my condolences and those of all of my constituents to King Charles and the whole of the royal family as they face their personal loss. Honourable and right honourable members have rightly praised Her Majesty's admirable work ethic, her sense of duty, which has never wavered, and her unparalleled dedication to public service. Her Majesty served us right until the very end, forever committed to her people and her country. She lived and symbolised the very best of our constitutional system, the value of a royal family, what it gives to our country and the part that they play in our national life. One of the proudest days of my life was when my dad was awarded an OBE at Buckingham Palace. My whole family, we just could not get over that we would get the chance to hang out in the Queen's house. On that day, it fell to the Queen's daughter, the Princess Royal, to hand out the honours, but the whole occasion was made magical because it followed precisely the exact example of the Queen herself. And I will also never forget arriving in this place for the very first time in 2010, standing in front of the Speaker's chair, taking hold of this House's copy of the Holy Quran, upon which I swore my loyalty to Her Majesty the Queen as one of this House's first ever female Muslim members of Parliament. Her relationship with Birmingham was strong, and in return, we Brummies had a deep affection for her and gratitude for the time that she devoted to us in the 70 years of her reign. Over the years, she visited Villa Park, the Bull Ring, many of our railway stations, the NEC, the International Convention Centre, Pebble Mill, and the Hippodrome. And of course, we have just hosted the Commonwealth Games, an important moment for our city that has such a deep connection with the Commonwealth and which is inextricably linked with the Queen herself. Like so many thousands of Brummies, as much as I am a child of Birmingham, of England, and of Britain, I am also a child and grandchild of the Commonwealth. Millions of British citizens have a similar family history, making them a part of the Commonwealth family. And we recognise Her Majesty as the loving matriarch of the Commonwealth, its guardian and its guiding light. Her commitment to the Commonwealth and her championing of it recognised and respected our heritage. She gave institutional and spiritual meaning and the heart and soul of belonging to those of us who are citizens of our great nation, equal before the laws of our land, but who do not have centuries of birthright claim upon these our islands, and we thank her for it. For me, her Christian faith also is something that always stood out. She was a committed Christian, as we know, Supreme Governor of the Church of England. It might surprise some that her commitment to her Christian faith could mean so much to those of us who practice, observe, and belong to other faith communities. But in a speech at Lambeth Palace to mark her Diamond Jubilee, the Queen said, and I quote, "The concept of our established church is occasionally misunderstood and I believe commonly underappreciated. Its role is not to defend Anglicanism to the exclusion of other religions. Instead, the church has a duty to protect the free practice of all faiths in this country." She was defender of the faith, but she was a queen for those of us with other faiths, and indeed for those of none. May God make it easy for her. May he give her loved ones strength. And if I may offer this House an Islamic verse which Muslims recite when someone dies, and which I hope will resonate with the Queen's Christian faith too. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. To God we belong, and to God we all return.
What are they here?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of, well, to make my own tribute, but also on behalf of the constituents of North East Hertfordshire in Royston, Baldock, Buntingford and Letchworth. The Queen was very much loved and admired in our area, a remarkable woman and a wonderful head of state. She knew our area well from visiting her mother's family, who live in a village near Hitchin, St Paul's Walden. We were lucky that the Queen was able to be with us for some of our most important events. She opened the new North Hertfordshire Leisure Centre at Letchworth Garden City, and later in my first year as MP in 1993, she came to open a new housing development at Beach Hill and a sheltered housing scheme at Tabor Court in Letchworth. And Letchworth was also proud that she chose the Marmot pram as the baby carriage for the new king, made in Letchworth. On these occasions, what struck me was that the Queen was able to put people at their ease and to get them to talk to her, and she was kindly and had that dry sense of humour. On the sense of humour, I do remember one Privy Council meeting when the country was having difficulties, similar but at a different period to those that the Right Honourable Member for Derby South mentioned with the European Union. But at this particular Privy Council meeting, she approved the High Hedges Order for Guernsey. And then afterwards, she said with a twinkle in her eye, "Well, I'm so pleased we've sorted out those high hedges in Guernsey. Is there anything else going on?" People in North East Hertfordshire loved the Queen, and we will miss her. Our thoughts are with the royal family, and long live the King.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think there have been some wonderful tributes to Her late Majesty the Queen. Particularly, I just want to comment on the contribution from my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Ladywood, who talked about the Commonwealth and the importance of faith to the late Queen. I think this is my opportunity just to say a few words on behalf of my constituents in Hull North. I was very pleased indeed that the leader of the opposition, my right honourable friend, referred to the words of the adopted son of Kingston upon Hull, poet Philip Larkin. He penned those words 45 years ago for the Silver Jubilee celebrations. And as with all great poets, the words resonate as much on this day as they did in 1977. I'm just going to repeat them. In times when nothing stood but worsened or grew strange, there was one constant good. She did not change. Now, my city of Kingston upon Hull has a rebellious history with the monarchy, slamming the city gates against the king in the Civil War. But the city took Queen Elizabeth to our hearts, and I would say we were very firmly in the royalist camp during this second Elizabethan age. Her Majesty visited the city many times and met the people of the city. During her reign, she was in Hull on some of the most important days in the life of the city and the region. These include the opening of the iconic Humber Bridge in 1981, celebrating the city's 700th birthday in 1999, and visiting Hull in 2017 when we were the UK City of Culture. Her first visit to the city was actually to Hull Royal Infirmary in 1957, and she came again 50 years later to open the Queen's Cancer Centre at Castle Hill Hospital in 2009. The city will miss her. And although the Sovereign's passing is a historic moment for the United Kingdom and our Commonwealth, and for many others around the world, at this time we must remember, above all else, that a family has lost a beloved mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. And like many others, this loss to the nation resonates very personally with the loss of one's own parents or grandparents. And in particular, I remember my Auntie Betty, a staunch royalist who loved the Queen and was also born in the same year as the Queen, 1926. So on behalf of the people of Hull, my thoughts and prayers are with the royal family at this saddest of times. I also want to express condolences on behalf of the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, which I sit as a member. And although there is great sadness at this time, let us also remember a long life of service, so well lived, devoted to this nation, a life that should be celebrated. The Queen was a member of that greatest generation who herself, as we've heard, served in uniform in World War II, helping to secure our democracy's survival against tyranny. This was also a Queen who embraced change throughout her life and saw us into the digital age. And I just wanted to end by saying it was a special honour to be sworn in as a Privy Councillor over Zoom during the COVID pandemic. So I didn't have any of the worries about the footstool and falling over. And so the Queen was on a very large screen in front of me. She looked entirely at ease and was taking this new technology completely in her stride, perhaps rather more so than the Lord President of the Council at that time, the Right Honourable Member for North East Somerset. So to conclude, like the vast majority of Britons alive today, I have known no other monarch, but sadly we now have the point where change has come, and we, alongside the condolences to the royal family, we look to the new King Charles III. One era is ending, a new one is beginning. Queen Elizabeth II would want us to go forward as a great nation in all our faiths and beliefs, proving that she was never mistaken in hers. God save the King.
So Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In paying tribute to Her late Majesty, may I, on behalf of my constituents in North Thanet, simply say that our condolences are with His Majesty King Charles, the Queen Consort, and all the members of the royal family. The then Prince Charles, speaking at the Jubilee, opened his remarks by saying, "Your Majesty, Mummy." And I think we all need to remember that this family has lost a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. And we all feel their pain, and our thoughts really are, and prayers really are with them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was 9 years old when King George VI died. I can remember it fairly vividly. And rather like the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Derby South, the next, I think, most memorable event in my connection with the royal family was the bar of chocolate that we were all given at the coronation. And I seem to remember we got a coronation mug as well. And for 70 years, so far as I am concerned, this great lady has been my lodestar, my monarch. I was listening on the wireless, I think some people call it a radio, this morning on my way up from Kent, to a caller who said, if we really want to honour Her Majesty's memory, then it would behove us well to emulate the way that she lived and served in her life. And I think that's something actually that in this house we might all bear in mind. But those of us who had the privilege of meeting Her Majesty face to face, without exception, I think all remember what has been referred to over and over again this morning is the twinkle in those beautiful eyes and the smile that is now lighting up heaven. May she rest in peace. God save the King.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to speak on behalf of the Green Party of England and Wales and pay tribute to Queen Elizabeth II. Above all else, she was a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. And I know I speak for the people of Brighton Pavilion when I offer my sincerest condolences, in particular to her immediate family and to her loved ones. They've lost someone very dear to them on a deeply personal level, and our thoughts are with them all. But we have lost her too. Perhaps the most recognisable public figure in the world today, the Queen has been a uniquely enduring part of the fabric of our lives for 9 remarkable decades. In moments of national crisis and in moments of national pride, she was always there. Through turbulence, through uncertainty, she was always there as a fixed point, as a steadying, guiding figure that we all felt we knew. And of course, for most of us, she is indeed the only monarch that we have ever known. I too was drawn to the lines of Philip Larkin, and I find it symbolic that so many in the House have been drawn to the words that he wrote, and which are engraved on a memorial in Queen Square in Bloomsbury, erected to mark Her Majesty's Silver Jubilee. And I hope the House will indulge me just when I bear repetition to them again. In times when nothing stood but worsened or grew strange, there was one constant good. She did not change. Listening to the radio, watching the news over the past 24 hours or so, I've been struck by just how much that dependability and stability meant to people, by how many people's lives she touched in a very direct way, by the memories from those who met her of her deep humanity. And I know that there are millions of people in Britain who are not necessarily monarchists, but who are nonetheless deeply mourning the Queen, who feel a profound sense of loss, and who also had huge respect and admiration for her. We, saw in her an extraordinary work ethic, a deep stoicism, and an extraordinary wisdom gained over so many years. We saw the values of selflessness and sense of duty, and also, of course, the personal side of her character, that humility, kindness, and the famous sense of humor that has been spoken about so much today. From the marmalade sandwiches allegedly secreted away in her iconic black handbag, to joining James Bond on the zip wire, she was a queen unafraid to be playful. And so many speak of the twinkle in her eye and of her genuine interest in the world across which she traveled so extensively. That determination to be seen, to connect with people, saw her become the most traveled monarch in history, making over 285 state visits. She broke many other records too, not only our longest serving monarch, but as the one woman from the British royal family to ever have served in the armed forces, and the only modern head of state to have served during World War II. All of which speaks to her driving purpose, that deep sense of duty. Today, young and old, people of all faiths and none, royalists and republicans across our 4 nations, the Commonwealth and the world, are united in that recognition that she worked so tirelessly and did so until the very last days of her remarkable life. From all walks of life and all corners of the globe, people want to pay their respects. And Her Majesty did inspire genuine respect, as well as admiration, love, and affection. She is part of the world's collective understanding of Britishness, the epitome of faith and steadfastness. So I want to thank her for her devotion and for her dignity. Her enduring legacy will be as multifaceted as she was herself in life. But I believe that she would want the most abiding aspect of that legacy to be hope and solidarity, as symbolized by the double rainbow that stretched across the skies above Buckingham Palace yesterday, shortly after the announcement of her death. Rest in peace, Your Majesty, and thank you.
Mel Stride.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to pay tribute to a very remarkable and wonderful lady, not just on my behalf, but on behalf of the constituents of Central Devon. Queen Elizabeth II, our longest reigning monarch, a passionate head of the Commonwealth for which she did so much, loved, admired, and of course recognised throughout the world. A life that spanned so much. When she came to the throne, of course, World War II was a very fresh memory. There was still rationing. Man had yet to walk upon the moon. She reigned through Suez, the Cuban Missile Crisis. She saw the Beatles, a solitary football World Cup victory. She saw Concorde fly. She witnessed industrial unrest on an industrial scale within her own family. She suffered, of course, great personal tragedy. She was there alongside us for the dawn of a new millennium. She joined James Bond for the opening, as we have heard, of the London Olympics, and Paddington for the Jubilee. And she said of the Lionesses and their recent triumph, "You have all set an example that will be an inspiration for girls and women today and for future generations. That could equally be generations. That could equally be said for her. Elizabeth, as we have heard, has always been here. She's always been a part of our lives, a part of our world, and perhaps in essence, that is why she will be so sorely missed. She was certainly with us in Devon and the West Country, Madam Deputy Speaker. She would have known my constituency well, along with, no doubt, the constituencies of all of us in this House. She was a frequent visitor to the Southwest, as recently as the G7 summit, where she for the first time met President Biden, one of 13 presidents of the United States with whom she was to make an acquaintance, all of them since Harry S. Truman, with the exception of Lyndon Johnson. When she was 13, she accompanied her family, including her father, King George VI, to the Britannia Royal Naval College in Dartmouth. And she was to remember this as the first time that she met a then young cadet, her future husband, Prince Philip of Greece and Denmark. Now that is something, Madam Deputy Speaker, of which Devon can be particularly proud. And as Queen, she returned to Dartmouth with Prince Philip, of course, before the coronation. Many of us have shared today our personal reflections of the contact that we have had with Her Majesty. Mine came through being the comptroller of the royal household in our whip's office, and also briefly as Lord President of the Council. My impression of her in the small number of private meetings that I had with her was that she was sharp, that she was kindly, that she was humorous. She had that twinkle in her eye. And indeed, before I went in to see her for the first time, the equerry turned to me and, to put me at ease, I think, told me a little anecdote about an ambassador that had gone in to see her for the first time. And on approaching her, his phone, to his horror, had sprung into life and started ringing, and he looked panicked. And after he turned it off, she turned to him and said, well, perhaps you should have answered it. It might have been somebody important. I thought perhaps that Her Majesty could be a little mischievous on occasion. I didn't know her well enough to be sure of that, but I was certain of the fact that she could be great fun. That was something that shone through when you met her. And wise, of course, based on her huge experience of life in the world. And just as everybody told me, she was somebody who put you at your ease, somebody it was good to be with. She made you feel special. It was the honour of my life, Madam Deputy Speaker, to have spent just that little time with her. Queen Elizabeth, thank you. You gave us all so much. Rest in peace. God save the King.
Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ring out the old, ring in the new, wrote Tennyson on the death of his much-loved friend. And we proclaim, the Queen is dead, long live the King. But it feels too sudden, too soon, too sharp a turn in our lives, because the death of the Queen is painful. It hurts. We don't have to ask, oh, death, where is thy sting? Because we know the nation feels that sting of death. It is as if a member of our own family has departed, and weirdly, we feel as if we ought to tell the members of our family who've already long departed the news. Even Google, with its brightly coloured logo, is grey today, which is sort of ironic for Her Majesty, who wore every colour under the sun at some point in her life. The poet, priest and Member of Parliament John Donne said, when preaching to Whitehall in 1627, that the best protection against a fearful death was a life devoted to a calling. Well, that's exactly what it was, wasn't it? A life devoted to a calling. How often must she have thought, not another opening, not another Royal Variety performance, not another unfunny comedian, not another Prime Minister. Yet she did her duty in the words, perhaps, of the Boy Scouts and the Guides promise, to do my best, to do my duty to God and to the Queen. She did her duty to herself.
I pledged my allegiance to her 10 times as a clergyman and as a member of parliament, and of course we all have, and to her heirs and successors. And in one sense, that's not personal at all. Our allegiance was to her as head of state, the embodiment of our shared life as a United Kingdom. But I suspect we all also felt we owed allegiance to her personally, because she had earned her moral authority. She donned a uniform to do her bit to fight fascism. She could not lead us into battle or give us laws or administer justice, but she gave us her heart and her devotion to these old islands and to all the peoples of our brotherhood of nations, as she herself faithfully promised in 1957. There are other queens. I've met a few. But then again, too few to mention. But we, and I note also the President of France, only call one the Queen. Her face was on the coins my constituents started producing at the Royal Mint in Llantrisant in 1953. But to mix my poets, she knew our little systems have their day. We are dressed in a little brief authority. I know some people deify the monarchy, but I think that's to miss the point. The point is the humanity of the monarchy. Richard II, under whose great hammerbeam ceiling Her Majesty will lie in state in a few days' time, is given a great speech by Shakespeare, which ends, "You have mistook me all this while. I live with bread like you, feel want, taste grief, need friends." Not just bread, of course, marmalade sandwiches as well. Most movingly of all, I think, she was as human as any other widow in losing her husband, her consort, her life companion. None will forget her sitting alone at Philip's funeral. It is a sign of their enduring love that her and Philip's deaths came closer in time than any other reigning monarch and their consort in our history. And I thank God that it was in her reign that men were able to declare their love to one another and women were able to do the same. I end with words that have never felt more appropriate, I think, than for our longest reigning monarch, who lived through Holocaust and war and led us through years of unimaginable turbulence. The weight of this sad time we must obey. Speak what we feel, not what we ought to say. The oldest hath mourned most. We that are young shall never see so much, nor live so long. God save the King.
Do you want to remind honourable and right honourable members that the Speaker did ask that remarks be confined to 3 minutes? David Mandel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II had a lifelong and deep felt love for Scotland, which we've already heard about, and that was reciprocated by the people of Scotland, who held her and indeed still hold her in deep affection. And I had the opportunity myself to see that close up, both as a member of the Scottish Parliament when it reconvened in 1999 and subsequently as Secretary of State for Scotland. And I do recall at the opening of the Scottish Parliament, the Queen declaring, "I have trust in the good judgment of the Scottish people. I have faith in your commitment to their service, and I am confident in the future of Scotland." And it was a belief and a commitment in Scotland that she reaffirmed on each subsequent opening of the Scottish Parliament, although she told me that she always found it very amusing that as soon as the Scottish Parliament was formally opened, it went on recess, or holiday as she referred to it. As we've heard, she was also somebody who was extremely well informed about everything that was going on in politics. And in my first substantive conversation with her as Secretary of State, there had been a major incident in Parliament when rather more members of the Scottish National Party had been elected in 2015 than might have been anticipated. And there was a little bit of conflict about who should sit on the bench opposite. And the then member for Bolsover and some other Labour members were not so keen on SNP members occupying those positions. So the Queen was very familiar with this situation and sought to interrogate me on the rights and wrongs of the issue. And I found myself blurting out, "Oh, Your Majesty, that's Buttock-gate." And I thought, in my first meeting with the Queen, I have said the word buttock. What is to happen? But rather than me be taken off to the Tower or to some other place, the Queen just laughed. She found it all very amusing, but also, you know, she was interested in what was happening in Parliament and the day-to-day events. She had many connections with my own constituency, from opening the Dumfries Royal Infirmary to visiting the town of Lockerbie after the devastating effects of the air disaster. But I think most tellingly, I found a clipping from a 1956 edition of the Glasgow Herald newspaper, and it stated, "Previous royal visits to Scotland having neglected to include Biggar in South Lanarkshire, the Queen decided to make amends in October 1956. As the paper observed, a thoughtful gesture by Her Majesty added 90 minutes in time and 35 miles in distance to her programme, but she felt that Biggar was the only county town omitted from recent royal tours." And that was the Queen. She wanted to include every community across the United Kingdom. And of course, the people of Biggar turned out in their masses to thank her for that very generous gesture. Madam Deputy Speaker, Scotland and the whole of the United Kingdom has lost not just the Queen, but we've lost a dear and true friend whose like we shall not see again. God bless her and God save the King.
Ian Murray.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to follow very honourable gentleman's buttocks. I'm very... First time he's heard that as well. I'm very grateful for the opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to pass on my condolences to the royal family, but also to pay a tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen on behalf of my own family, constituents in Edinburgh South, and from people all over her beloved Scotland. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth was a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother to her own family, but she was also the mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother to the nation. We will all remember where we were when we learnt of her death yesterday. We will always remember that it was in Scotland where she spent her last weeks and days. And as we've heard already, she loved being in Scotland, and particularly the Balmoral estate, the tranquility, the great outdoors, and the complete absence of any speed limits. The Queen loved Scotland, and Scotland loved the Queen. The ties between Scotland and our longest reigning monarch are plentiful. From her very first public speech as a young princess in Aberdeen at the opening of the British Sailors' Society, and the yarn of her wedding dress being woven in Scotland, to her Royal Yacht Britannia being built on the Clyde and retired to the Forth, the opening of the first Forth Bridge and the second one 53 years later. And she always looked forward to the Royal Week in Edinburgh each year. Scotland was, as she described it, her special place. She said at the opening of the Scottish Parliament in 1999 that, and I quote, "If I may make a personal point, Scotland occupies such a special place in my own and my family's affections. I remember my own childhood, the traditions which revolved around Her late Majesty. Every Christmas she was part of our family, as much as the rituals of the tree and the turkey was every generation of our family crowded round the television for her 3 o'clock Christmas address. She transcended every generation, all the way to my 2-year-old daughter, who now knows who that was drinking tea with Paddington. I've yet to explain to Zola that Paddington's friend has passed away. Over the last 24 hours, I've tried and struggled to find the language to describe her. But the one word that a constituent said to me late last night was iconic. And she's the very definition of iconic. She was in every pound I ever spent, admittedly fewer than many others, because I'm a Scot, in every letter that I've ever sent. Her name is on dozens of plaques and buildings all over my constituency and tens of thousands all over the country. She embodied what it means to be British. She epitomised public duty, decency and dignity. She picked us up when we were down. And when our grandchildren and their grandchildren look back at this time, it will be Elizabeth II above all else they will remember as the thread through every part of our post-war history. She was truly our greatest monarch. I'd love to tell a humorous anecdote, and I hope someone else will tell it, about the visit to Balmoral that she had with Dick Griffin, one of our former protection officers. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's no time to do that, but someone else may tell that shortly. I never met Her Majesty, but we all think we did because she was such an integral part and influence on our lives. And everyone thinks they did meet her, because anyone that did never stops telling you. That's the impact that she had on each of their lives. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can only imagine the pain and grief the royal family are having today, and that pain and grief compounded by the duty that King Charles III now has to lead this nation. I, the people of Edinburgh South and the people of Scotland simply say, thank you for everything, ma'am. Rest in peace, and God save the King.
Please, Villiers.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I feel I can't match the eloquence of the many wonderful speeches we've heard today, but I do want to share for a few moments my personal sadness at this terrible loss. And I'm sure that sense of sadness is shared also by my constituents in Chipping Barnet. Her late Majesty was a woman of remarkable charm, warmth, and kindness, typified by that lovely smile that adorned so many hundreds of millions of images published of her during her 70-year reign. She could come out with rather unnervingly direct comments sometimes on the news, on matters on the news, often with a twinkle in her eye, deploying that mischievous sense of humour about which so many this morning have spoken. I have to say, when I met her, I was so starstruck in her presence that I scarcely felt able to string a sentence together. If she noticed, she was far too kind and polite to mention this. Her enthusiasm for Northern Ireland is something which featured in many of our conversations during my time as Secretary of State. At an audience she kindly granted me at Hillsborough Castle, she remarked gleefully that she always felt a sense of such excitement flying into Belfast and catching sight of the Harland and Wolff cranes. She said, you know, there is only one place in the world you can be when you see those landmark cranes. As Northern Ireland Secretary, I and my team had provided some suggestions on the itinerary for the 2014 royal visit, and I felt they might be a little more daring than what had been the previous plans for the visit. So it was with some nervousness that I arrived at the first stage of the programme at St George's Market, which saw Her Majesty mingle amongst the crowds in a way which would have been inconceivable in Belfast just a few years previously. Later, a walk by Her Majesty around the set of Game of Thrones in the Paint Hall Studios was a social media phenomenon, but politely and probably wisely, she declined the invitation to sit on the Iron Throne. But history, I'm confident, will record her role in promoting peace and reconciliation on the island of Ireland as one of the greatest achievements of Queen Elizabeth II. As we've heard and as we all know, she herself suffered personal tragedy at the hands of the Provisional IRA. And yet she was willing to shake hands with the late Martin McGuinness and even welcome him to her home in Windsor. And her visit to the Republic of Ireland in 2011 was a truly landmark moment. Britain and Ireland share hundreds of years of contested and often violent history. And for centuries to come, I'm sure people will recall that 2011 state visit as a turning point which played a significant role in moving us on from a conflicted past towards a better future. In conclusion, Her Majesty was the last head of state anywhere in the world to have donned a uniform in World War II. As our new Prime Minister said, Queen Elizabeth was the rock upon which we built the modern nation we are today. She has been an unchanging constant in all our lives, there for us in good times and bad. As we move on from the Elizabeth to a new Carolingian age, this loss truly marks the end of an era. Without her presence, life in this country will never be the same again. God save the King.
Well done.
Catherine McKinnell.
My thoughts, prayers and condolences and those of communities across Newcastle North are with His Majesty the King, the royal family and the country as we mourn, remember and celebrate the incredible life of Her Majesty. As I learned the news of her passing yesterday, as I'm sure is the case for many, I shed a tear. I was asked by one of my children what the Queen meant to me. And it was only when I thought about how I would answer that question to them that I realized the profound impact that her ever-presence had had. A strong, steadfast matriarch, unwavering in her calm, measured, dignified approach, no matter the challenges thrown at her or at our nation, and there have been many. So often she captured the mood of her country, shared our joys, provided comfort. Her intervention during the pandemic, a time of such anxiety and unease, was pitch perfect and soothed the nation. The tributes have been global, as was her reach, yet at the same time so deeply personal. A unique, unrivaled and personal connection to millions of people across the globe. As I'm sure with many members across this House, on every school visit I make, I'm asked whether I know the Queen. And while Newcastle can seem a very long way from Buckingham Palace, Her Majesty is felt very closely. We've been privileged in Newcastle to have had many visits from Her Majesty over the years. Images of her visits show sheer joy that she brought every time she came, whether it was opening Newcastle's Eldon Square, visiting the Millennium Bridge, or her visit to the City Library. Indeed, I was only just in Eldon Square buying new school shoes for my children, and we stopped and remarked upon the plaque that is very prominent there of her visit when she opened it in 1977. Her legacy will live on for many years to come. Her Majesty had a particular connection with our metro service, first opening the Tyne and Wear Metro in 1981, which included naming the Queen Elizabeth II Metro Bridge over the Tyne and travelling on the 4020 Metro car. For the Golden Jubilee and for this year's Platinum Jubilee, the original Metro car from 1981 received a makeover, and in the Golden Jubilee she got to travel in a golden Metro car. But it's her love and knowledge of horses that is, of course, legendary. So we were really honoured to have Her Majesty visit Newcastle Gosforth Park Racecourse in my constituency for the famous Northumberland Plate Race Day. The photos from that day show her beaming from ear to ear, only in the way that racing can bring about. There is such a rich life of duty, of service, of deep faith to reflect on. There is so much to learn from her life and her example, and there is so much to do to ensure her legacy ensures. May perpetual light shine upon her. May she rest in peace. God save the King.
Sir Edward Lee.
I'm sure I speak with for other colleagues when I say that when a debate's been going on for 3 hours, one feels more and more inadequate about what one's going to say and how one can do true justice to this magnificent tapestry. The Speaker, when he opened the debate, said there's only a score of members who were alive in the previous reign. I must confess I was one of them, but my memories of the previous reign are very dim indeed. I was so young when the present Queen came to the throne. And she has been, as so many people have said, an extraordinary guiding star to us. I think some of the best parts of the debates have, of course, been wonderful literary allusions, but also personal memories. And I remember when I was talking to her once during my time on the Public Accounts Committee, I was very nervous because we were trying to abolish the Royal Train, a train which was so expensive and so slow that it could only travel during the night. But when I raised it with her, she immediately diffused the whole issue. She was charm itself, and despite our efforts, I think the Royal Train carried on running for many years after that.
Still does.
And still does. And I remember at a Privy Council meeting, I was quite nervous, although quite proud to mention to her that my father, many or decades before, had been clerk of the Privy Council. I was particularly nervous because when I mentioned that as a young man, very proudly, the Duke of Edinburgh, he said that the whole Privy Council was a bloody waste of time. Indeed, it's quite formulaic. I think when Nick Clegg was leader of the council, he actually turned over 2 pages of orders, and nobody noticed apart from the Queen, who immediately stopped the proceedings. But when I mentioned my father, how kind she was, the present clerk, of course, had no memory of one of his predecessors 4 decades before, but she immediately remembered my father and thanked me for his service. So what a wonderful, kind, and superbly astute person she is. Before I sit down, may I just mention one thing? And I was very struck by the wonderful speech from the Honourable Member for Ladywood, who talked on behalf of Muslims. Now, I'm not an Anglican, and indeed, under the first Elizabeth, us Catholics had a bit of a torrid time. Indeed, one of my ancestors was hung, drawn, and quartered merely for being a Catholic priest. And we didn't do so well under the second Charles either. But I think she has played, if I may put it this way, an absolute blinder in the way that she has carried out her role as Supreme Governor of the Church of England. We all know that so many top politicians just don't do God. They're embarrassed to talk about religion. They feel they're putting themselves on the pedestal, they'll be dragged down. But I think what she realized and what she epitomizes is when so many people talk about service, it comes from her deep faith. That unlike all the rest of us who have spent so many years trying to get into this place and serve the public, she never asked for this job, but she has been sustained for all her life by her deep and abiding faith. And when people are sad or mourning or in difficulties, when she gives that Christmas broadcast, she appeals and comforts to people of all faiths and none. I think we should really thank her for that because it's so difficult. And in one of those Christmas broadcasts 50 years ago, she said, "Wise men, since the beginning of time, have studied the skies. Whatever our faith, we can all follow a star. Indeed, one must follow one if the immensity of the future opening before us is not to dazzle our eyes." Dear colleagues, she has been our guiding star for all that time. Remember, her first broadcast was, yes, 80 years ago to children displaced by war. She has been our guiding star. Eternal rest grant unto her. May perpetual light shine upon her.
Mr. Oswald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to stand here and give a tribute to the late Queen on behalf of my constituents in East Renfrewshire. I know that East Renfrewshire Council has opened a book of condolence this morning, and I know that very many local residents will want to use that opportunity to pay their respects and share their memories of meeting the late Queen and what she has meant to them. And I know that for so many people in my community and people far beyond, she was simply a constant. She was, after all, Queen for longer than most of us here have been alive, and she's the only monarch that we have ever known. Her reign has stretched across society that has changed so much in the many intervening years, but the thing which has not changed and never changed was her focus, which remained unchanging on her duty throughout all of that time. And that sense of service and duty and her resolve to persist was a hallmark throughout her reign. And I don't think anyone will fail to have been moved by the knowledge that she continued, even this week, dealing with the installation of a new Prime Minister. In fact, during her reign, the late Queen saw 15 Prime Ministers, 5 First Ministers, 13 US Presidents. And I think that that puts this into perspective. In every way, this is the end of an era. And her sense of public duty, which spanned all of that era, was very close to everyone who came into contact with the late Queen. I'll always remember the great regard that my gran had for her. She always followed the Queen's movements with great interest. They shared a birthday, and this was seen to her to be very significant. And she was very pleased to get herself into the situation where she attended a number of royal visits. Now, I grew up in Angus, which means that my home was not very far from Glamis, and I think that her interest actually stemmed very much from knowing that there was that local connection, and the Queen was known to have spent many happy times in the local area. And of course, the late Queen was involved in so many different local areas, so many places, so many organisations, so many charities. And that means that she will be in these spheres too. And I think that people will feel that loss very personally because they have had that personal connection to her and feel that this loss is also their loss. And I know that many will take comfort from the words that they've heard today. But I think that for all of her public presence and for all of her influence, it's obvious that most of all, she will be missed by her family. And I hope that in time they are able also to take some comfort, perhaps by looking back on a life of duty that was well lived and reflecting on the memories that people across the world will have shared. I'm sure we all know from our own lives that very deep sense of grief and loss that the King and the royal family will be experiencing just now. It's very difficult to lose a loved family member, and my thoughts and the thoughts of people in East Renfrewshire are with them today.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I returned to Westminster after the dreaded news from our home at Upton Crescent in Shropshire, having told this morning our Hanover bell, struck in 1701 in respect of the Act of Succession. I struck it 96 times in respectful memory of Her Majesty. Farewell, our longest and most loved and devoted sovereign in the history of our country and the Crown in Parliament. She loved her people and they loved her, as did my constituents in Stone, for whom I speak. They showed this in those heady days of her 70th Jubilee, which they joyfully celebrated with her, never to forget the profound loss of her dearly loved husband, Prince Philip, only a few months before. As she requested, God helped her keep her vow of service, which she made on her accession to the throne in February 1952. Born as I was on the 10th of May 1940, the very day that Churchill became Prime Minister, I so vividly recall at the age of 11, at that moment, as the headmaster declaimed to us, "The King is dead. God save the Queen." I watched her coronation with wonder on a small television screen in black and white on the 2nd of June 1953, just as Hillary climbed Everest and we won the Ashes, and it was a triple whammy because of the coronation itself. She was graceful in her majesty, and in equal parts, she was selfless. She had Christian faith and integrity. She was constant. She was wise. She had an extraordinary spontaneous beauty. She had the kindest and most expressive eyes and a gentle and humorous smile. I was honored and privileged to meet her and speak with her several times. What she said to this lowly backbencher was more poignant than I deserved. "We read you in Hansard," she said once. Your Majesty, I replied, "I'm very surprised, very few do." I said, "Particularly on the issue of Europe." She thought that was very amusing. I was proud to be knighted by the Queen herself at Windsor, one of the greatest honours of my life. She was the mother of our nation and of the Commonwealth. She was the supreme diplomat for our country, and as many have said, also in Ireland. She lived in the hearts of her subjects, who will always remember her, and for them, she will never die. All our prayers are with the whole royal family, mother, grandmother, great-grandmother. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Seema Malhotra.
Madam Deputy Speaker, at this very sad time, we remember the life of Queen Elizabeth II with gratitude for her love and service to our nation. Her Majesty lived her life guided by a deep sense of duty, a duty to her people, her country, her family, an overwhelming sense of public service. She carried out her duties without stint, without complaint, and through the toughest of times and the darkest of hours. As a politician, I have also appreciated her stability and constancy that she has brought through recent difficult and tumultuous years, how she has been so attentive to adapting through periods of social change through her time, and her respect for our democracy. That's why we mourn our Queen, because her sense of duty, her humour, and her warmth has touched the hearts of the nation, and indeed so many across the world in her beloved Commonwealth and beyond. She has lived a truly remarkable life. She was purposeful in all that she did. Young and old loved her. And I know I am already not the only MP to know that probably the first and most important question we will always be asked on a visit to a primary school is, have you met the Queen? Madam Deputy Speaker, today I laid flowers at Buckingham Palace on behalf of my constituents, with our thoughts and prayers for King Charles III and all his family. My constituents are sharing in the national grief, and I have been receiving moving and thoughtful messages from them. One said, "News of the passing of Her Majesty deeply saddened me. Her reign, spanning over 70 years, was a celebration of leadership, of courage and dedication. She led the nation with exemplary steadfastness, even while battling with her own personal grief." Another said, "Rest in peace to an amazing icon. She was the face of Britain and was loved by all." Locally, we recall the special memory of a visit by Her Majesty to open the new wing of the Gurdwara Sri Guru Singh Sabha on Alice Way in Hounslow in October 2004. This Gurdwara has a wonderful library, classes and community wellbeing and support services, all of which she saw. Her visit was just one example of her deep and genuine interest in communities across our nation and in all faiths that saw people from all backgrounds feel at ease, respected and connected to her. Her visit left a mark and a deep sense of the local community and its story being recognised and valued. Her Majesty's passing also caused me to reflect how just in June we came together to celebrate her Platinum Jubilee. I attended over 10 street parties and events over those few days. She, even at 96, had the power to bring people together. She was the inspiration for parties in Feltham, in Heston, in Bedfont, in Hanworth, and more widely, organised by residents, local businesses, and our Royal British Legions. People shared their lives after 2 years of COVID, and the events reunited friends and neighbours, still building their confidence to connect after so much isolation. Madam Deputy Speaker, the loss of a mother is truly the most painful of moments, and as King Charles III takes on the role of monarch, we know he will be leading in supporting the grief of his whole family just over a year after the sad passing of Prince Philip. They do not grieve alone, and we stand with them at this time. Her Majesty was admired, loved and respected and revered. She was the best of us and brought out the best in us. Today we thank her, we mourn her, we celebrate her. God save the King.
Sir John Hayes.
Most people who possess power first seek it. Indeed, we know in this place many people crave it. Her Majesty, the Queen, neither sought power. Indeed, you might say it was thrust upon her, truly. But when she wielded authority, she did more fundamental good. She brought more benefit than almost anyone here, and of course for much, much longer. Most people with influence expect plaudits, but for Her Majesty the Queen, acclamation, when it became obvious, when it was clear to her just how much she was loved, was greeted on her part with humility and with grace. Most of those who lead expect to bring change, but for Her Majesty, constancy was the most fundamental thing she could bring to the nation, a permanent part of who we are as a people, each of us and all of us. It's not that she was behind the times, she was beyond the times. And I remember meeting her a number of times, particularly 20 years ago, when she said to me in Buckingham Palace, "Do you use computers in your office?" I said, well, yes, we do, Your Majesty. She said, yes. She said, but I have such trouble printing things out. She said, sometimes pages get missed altogether. I've been caught out making speeches like that twice. She went on to say that when her husband, Prince Philip, printed things out, or when he couldn't, in her words, the air turns blue. Her sense of humour was a part of a charm which was so obvious, so palpable, that she was able to charm even those who weren't intuitively, instinctively in favour of the monarchy. I met her, but I didn't know her. Few people knew her well, but we knew she was there. She was in our consciousness. Not many people think of the sun and the moon. I suppose astronomers and astrologers do. I'm thinking they're a sort of fusion of Herschel and Russell Grant. But we know they're there. We expect the sun to come up in the morning. We expect to bathe in the light of the moon. And so it was with Her Majesty. Well, now our days are a little dimmer, and our nights are a little colder for her passing. For Her Majesty the Queen was in all of our lives for so long. She wore the crown, but of course she wasn't the crown. The crown has a permanent life. It goes on. The institution she graced is secure in the hands of her heir, her son, our king. This woman who lasted so long in her life, who personified dignity, who was grateful, gracious, and, by the way, who brought a beauty to her job. For there was, as my right honourable friend for Stone said, a beauty about her grace, a quiet and enduring and palpable beauty. Now that the crown passes to her dear son, our wonderful king, we must hope that he, in his grief, will know that he shares that grief with everyone in this house and with all her people, for whom she will remain not merely as a memory, but as a presence in the crown itself. May God, as he welcomes Her Majesty to heaven, keep and bless her successor, our King Charles. God save the King.
Dan Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a solemn honour to pay tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and I want to begin by offering my condolences on behalf of my Barnsley constituents and myself to His Majesty the King and all of the royal family in their time of grief. It's hard to believe that Her late Majesty the Queen is no longer with us. For nearly all of us in this place and beyond, her presence is all we've ever known. There is a sense of loss in the country so profound that it will take time to mourn and to come to terms with. She was not only our Queen, she was someone embedded in our hearts. This special place was earned by her devotion to each and every one of us. She embodied dignity, dedication, duty, and a service that was unwavering throughout. Her long life and remarkable reign saw our country through the best of times. But our late Queen was also a source of strength in the worst of times, not least in recent years during the pandemic. Her address to the nation in April 2020 was the tonic to a fear and hopelessness that seemed almost insurmountable. She said, "We will meet again," and we did. We will miss her deeply. Madam Deputy Speaker, all of those who've had the privilege to serve in our armed forces know there will be a distinct sadness amongst the armed forces community. This is because, as our head, the late Queen cared about us deeply. Indeed, of course, during the Second World War, as a princess, she chose to serve in the Auxiliary Territorial Service. That closeness to and affection for the armed forces was reciprocated by all who have served. It wasn't just because we knew she was formidable. We also knew that she had a great sense of humour. Many of us, the Honourable Member for Edinburgh South nodded to it, have enjoyed the story that was told during the Platinum Jubilee celebrations by a former Royal Protection Officer, Richard Griffin. Whilst accompanying Her late Majesty on a walk near Balmoral, a group approached, asking, "Have you ever met the Queen?" Her response was no, before pointing to the protection officer and saying, "But he has." People did not have to be close to the late Queen to appreciate her sense of humour, and the world remembers and will always remember the opening ceremony of the 2012 Olympics, when she famously was seen to parachute out of a helicopter with Commander James Bond. And who could forget, of course, her double act with Paddington. I am certain, Madam Deputy Speaker, that history will judge Her late Majesty as an extraordinary monarch adored by her people. But it will also note that while the world changed at a rapid rate, the Queen struck the balance perfectly between stability and tradition versus change and modernisation. A new era now begins, and at this testing moment, we must now support the King, who is grieving for his mother while leading our nation through a time of mourning. He has already lived a life of service to others in so many ways, serving in the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force, establishing the Prince's Trust, and being the patron of many, many charities. Just one example is his role as the Colonel-in-Chief of my old regiment, the Parachute Regiment. Recounting the time he took the parachute training course at RAF Bryce Norton, he said, "I felt I should lead from the front, or at least be able to do some of the things that one expects others to do for our country." It is clear that the King will follow the example that has been set before him: to serve, to lead. The torch has been handed to a new monarch, and that sense of duty will continue to burn brightly. Rest in peace, Queen Elizabeth. God save King Charles.
I must urge colleagues again to try to stick to the guidance of the Speaker, which, a reminder, was 3 minutes, just so that we can think of each other and make sure that we get everybody in. Dame Maria Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's with great sadness that I rise to pay tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen. On behalf of my constituents in Basingstoke, the late Queen was held in the highest esteem in my constituency and throughout the borough of Basingstoke and Dean. And our Mayor, Councillor Paul Miller, said only today that the commitment that Her Majesty made to her role and public service, the service that she has given, is matchless. My constituency has a proud loyalist history. In the siege of Basing House, our ancestors, as committed royalists, supported an earlier King Charles, and we proudly, but with sadness, welcome our new King Charles III as our sovereign. As we all come together to grieve the loss of Her late Majesty the Queen, we remember the remarkable woman that she was, an inspiration for a nation, and a person who made us proud to be part of a united kingdom. Her loss will be felt not only at home but abroad, and particularly by the people who make up our Commonwealth. And just 2 weeks ago, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association met in Halifax, Nova Scotia for its annual meeting, and we toasted Her late Majesty as our patron, and we will remember her fondly. Madam Deputy Speaker, it helps at times like this to share some of our personal memories by way of grieving. And I will always remember the first time I had the privilege of meeting Her late Majesty. It was at Balmoral in September 2012, being appointed as a Privy Councillor. As many have already referred to, there are a number of briefings when you have these sorts of encounters. And perhaps knowing my shared love of dogs with Her late Majesty, I was warned not to encounter the corgis too closely.
because they can, Madam Deputy Speaker, be quite selective in who they like and demonstrate their feelings towards strangers quite overtly. I kept my distance, but my right honourable friend, the member for Chipping Barnet, did not. She was far more daring with me than me, but left with all her fingers intact. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also remember the great honour that I had in hosting Her Majesty on Remembrance Sunday on 2 occasions as Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport. Walking with Her late Majesty through the Foreign Office can be a nerve-wracking task in its own right. If you know the layout of the Foreign Office, it's quite complicated. Right. We reached the top of the final set of stairs to encounter the most enormous countdown clock, showing that we had a matter of seconds to get out to the cenotaph. Her Majesty, of course, trying to lighten the mood, simply said, "I hope you've adjusted the timings. I'm getting a bit older and it takes me more time on the stairs." Her usual sense of humour at play, and trying to put everybody at their rest, at their ease. I was humbled to receive a damehood from Her late Majesty's final birthday honours list to mark her Platinum Jubilee. And I will treasure that. Each of us here today took an oath of allegiance to Her late Majesty, to her heirs and successors. So may Her late Majesty rest in peace, and God save the King.
Julie Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a huge honour to be able to take part in this tribute session this afternoon, and on behalf of my constituents in Sunderland Central. And as has been said before, we must remember that Her Majesty's family are grieving the loss of their mother, grandmother and great-grandmother, and the loss of someone in that position in a family, to those who've been through it, is huge, immense, and changes people's lives forever. And my sincere condolences go to the family. The role of public service we all chose to do. The Queen did not. The Queen was born to serve, and how she has served for her 96 years. To have seen that photograph the other day, receiving the new Prime Minister, she looked very frail, clearly not in the best of health. But did any of us really think that a day or two later, she wouldn't be with us? So serving to the very end has been her life. And I think we are all grateful for that. And her wisdom and the way she has done that has been immense. I just want to mention a couple of things in my life and memories of the Queen. The first time I saw the Queen was in the Silver Jubilee, when the Queen was travelling from Gypsy's Green Stadium in South Shields to Sunderland. And the village I'm from is right in the middle of those two places. And we all went to the Coast Road, and we only saw her for probably seconds, but it felt like a lifetime, and we'd stood there an hour. But it was so exciting and so uplifting. And over the years, every time Her Majesty has come to Sunderland, you get hundreds and thousands of people just standing just to see her car pass. I never dreamt in those days that I would get to meet Her Majesty, but I have had the privilege of meeting her twice in her Diamond Jubilee year. And when she came to Sunderland that year, she came off a yacht, and as she came off the yacht in the port, because it was the most secure place for her to have slept, a Vulcan bomber went past, and she came off and she engaged, and as everyone has said, that smile, that engagement she had with everybody, as if you were the most important person in the world, and I'll never forget that. And finally, I just want to mention the occasion I visited London with my twin daughters to visit a concert, and the traffic stopped when we were at Trafalgar Square, and we thought, oh, who's coming past? And it was the Queen. So in our family, the nursery rhyme of when you go to London to see the Queen, my daughters say, when we went to London, we saw the Queen. But she's visited Sunderland many, many times. The first time as Princess Elizabeth, and she launched a ship, because I think it was just after the Second World War, and we were the most productive number of ships built in Sunderland of anywhere in the world. But I don't want to repeat everything that's been said, but her comforting, calm presence when she addresses the nation is, I think, the thing I will miss most. The calming feeling that you got when she addressed the nation, as has been said lastly in the pandemic, of thinking, well, we're all going to be all right. I think that is the thing I will miss most, that calming, nurturing feeling that we all had as if we were one of her own. So I think losing her at the age she was, we have to celebrate a life well lived and thank her for her life of service. We remember her and we hope that she rests in peace eternally.
Alan Cairns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of the constituents of the Vale of Glamorgan, I rise to pay tribute and to give thanks for the life of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Amongst all the recollections of Right Honourable and Honourable Members, I will remember her for her service, duty, humility and faith. We've witnessed many years of her service as our longest reigning monarch through unrecognisable change. The length of her reign means that only 12% of the population has lived longer than the time that she has been on the throne. Her duty to communities in all nations of the United Kingdom, to the Union of the United Kingdom and to the Commonwealth was recognised across the globe. In spite of the admiration in which she was held and her standing here and around the world, her humility was obvious in the way she acted, the way she spoke, and the way she related to us all. This demonstrated her understanding of the challenges we all face. And at a time of increasing secularization of society, she is someone who turned to her faith for inspiration in challenging times and to give thanks during the better times. Faith was something that she celebrated rather than hid away, something that was reflected on by the Honourable Member for Birmingham Ladywood and my right honourable friend for Gainsborough. Now, I had the privilege of meeting Her Majesty on many occasions. At one time, the issue of pronunciation of Welsh place names came up in conversation. To my amazement, she said that the one she recalls best was Coed yr Hyd y Glyn, a property within my constituency that even locals wrongly pronounce as Cadriglin. It turned out that she spent many summers during her childhood playing on the estate of the late Sir Kenneth Treherne, Coed yr Hyd y Glyn, and she'd said that she was determined during her childhood to learn to pronounce the place properly. At these sad times, we now owe the service and commitment that she showed to us, to her son, and to King Charles III. Madam Deputy Speaker, God save the King.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Cumbria mourns the loss of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and I personally and all of us in our county want to express our genuine and deep condolences to the royal family. We have lost our Queen, and it touches every one of us. We can tell in the contributions so far today that this is a personal loss for us, but how much more is it a personal loss for those who have lost a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother? We grieve with them, and we thank her for her service. The news reached us yesterday as we were winding down the Westmoreland County show. The news was devastating, and yet it caught us while we were together. And it feels like an honour that that was the case. There had been a tremendous couple of days of thousands of us being in the same place, in those same muddy fields, enjoying time together, and then that moment of dismal unity came about. But I am glad it happened when we were all together. The landmarks of her reign have been the landmarks of each of our lives. Many who are even older than me will, of course, remember her acceding to the throne. But I remember the Silver Jubilee, dancing around a maypole at the age of 7 in 1977. As a father of a new young child with the Golden Jubilee, we think of the Diamond Jubilee and the joy earlier this year of the Platinum Jubilee. Her life was our life, and her history has become our history. They are inseparable, indivisible, and we will ever be touched by it. Her reign united us. Her passing must also too, and I believe it has, and it will already, as we transfer our allegiance to her beloved son, King Charles III. Cumbria, the lakes and the dales were loved by Her Majesty the Queen, and we loved her in return. Her visits to Cumbria were always massively special to us. And relatively recently, her visits to Kendal and Windermere, where she was presented with Westmoreland wildflowers to honour her, with Lakeland wool to warm her, and Kendal mint cake to sustain her. My times of spending time with the Queen was relatively few, but one in particular I recall where I've been an MP for a very short period of time at this stage, and she offered me some advice about what you do when a constituent who has had a letter from you thanks you for it and you don't remember the details. And she said, that happens to me all the time. And I always say, it's the least I could do, which is a wonderful get-out phrase, and I confess to a few of my constituents, I have occasionally deployed it. And as has been said, Her Majesty did not seek her office. She practiced it with utter humility, the most famous human being on planet Earth, and yet she acted with a grace and humility that none of us here, no offence, please, has ever managed to match. So she was a constant to us all, and has been said already, but the constant in her life was her faith in Jesus Christ. Now, let's remember this, that for many people, you know, it may have been, but for her, it was not a perfunctory, ceremonial faith. It was a living, active faith in a living Saviour. Let us remember this, that we have sung for 70 years, God Save the Queen. If her faith is accurate, I am certain it was. God has saved the Queen. We now transfer our allegiance to King Charles III, who I am proud and honoured to serve. God save the King.
Robert Jenrick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to you for permitting front benchers to speak from the back bench, although in my case it's sometimes hard to keep up. I'm aware that my appointment with others was one of the last acts of our late Majesty, and that is a thought that will lie with me every day that I go about my duties, because she really was the last of a generation that has now passed, a generation marked by stoicism, humility, modesty, and service, qualities too often neglected in our politics and our public life, and ones that I, like all of us in this House, seek to emulate. I am here to represent my constituents in the loyal borough of Newark-upon-Trent. Loyal because in May 1646, we were the last town to hold out in the English Civil War, a town that only surrendered when the King himself, a forebear of Her Majesty, another Charles, said that we must do so. And at the end of the war, the town was racked with disease and pestilence, but all of the contemporary accounts show that no one regretted their decision to stand by the monarch. And that to me shows that even in a hereditary monarchy, and certainly in our modern democracy, loyalty of the people to the crown is not something that anyone or any monarch can take for granted. It has to be earned. And from the speeches made across the chamber today, we can see that Her Majesty the Queen, over the course of her long and remarkable reign, earned the respect and admiration, indeed the love of her people. She really has been the golden thread that has run through the weave and the weft of our national story. My grandmother stood in the crowds on the Mall and watched her and her family celebrate on VE Day. My dad watched, like others have spoken, on a small rented television set, the coronation, marvelled at her beauty. Afterwards, he went and created a bonfire on the street, and it took the council years to fill in the pothole, so some things clearly never change. I met Her Majesty only a few times. One, as has been said by other members, on Zoom at a Privy Council meeting. And as we all experienced during the pandemic so many times, the Zoom failed. And then out of the darkness, suddenly a voice emerged. And it was Her Majesty the Queen, and she said, well, thank goodness someone kept a landline. Just the other day, I went with my family, my children, who are the great-grandchildren of Holocaust survivors, to see Anne Frank's house. And my children came to me, they were ahead of us in the tour, and they said that in the secret annex ahead, amongst the images on the walls, were photos of Her Majesty the Queen, Princess Elizabeth, and her sister, Princess Margaret. And I later researched with my daughters Why was that? And Otto Frank, their father, is recorded later in life in saying, Anne Frank loved the royals, but it wasn't just that. He wanted to put some photos on the wall that would give the children strength. And Anne Frank said it was also the beautiful smile that kept her going. May she rest in peace, and God save the King.
Valerie, thanks.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for the loyal constituency of Newark. Madam Deputy Speaker, it falls to our generation to tell of the passing of our gracious sovereign, of the passing of a platinum Elizabethan age, of a young woman with responsibility thrust on her, but without a manual. She wrote her own story, and in doing so, wrote the story of our nation through which we've all lived. We have known her as the young woman who actively supported the war effort and danced in the street when it was over, jumping out of planes, showing us her sense of humour at the Olympic ceremony in 2012 that showed us we were more than just medals. I was in Walsall yesterday when I heard the sad news of Queen Elizabeth's passing. I know my constituents in Walsall South are grieving. The owner of Fortune Cookie, our local Chinese takeaway, was in tears. And again, like every other member, every school I've ever visited, the question is always asked, have you met the Queen? And Lorna, based in Walsall South, makes her handbags. I hope that link will continue, especially now that we know, thanks to a refugee from Peru, she used to keep her marmalade sandwiches to keep her going. As a lawyer, all I ever knew was the Queen's Bench Division or Queen's Counsel. That, like our stamps and notes, will change to herald a new era. Having been born in Aden to Goan parents, I had never imagined I would meet Queen Elizabeth. But I did, in the gallery in the other place, the British Museum, or at the Privy Council. Those who've had an audience with her can testify to her wisdom and generosity of spirit. She had the ability to speak with you as though she'd known you forever, whether to a winning jockey or a little girl with a posy, or working to the end to welcome her 15th Prime Minister. Like all of us, she knew life is a roller coaster, but she never complained and only ever mentioned 1 year as an annus horribilis. Our Queen carried out her duties with dignity, grace, and love for us and her country, and yet embraced different countries and cultures through the Commonwealth, while always respecting differences and dealing with changes, acknowledging past mistakes, knowing that life and history moves on. Queen Elizabeth reminded us that we are human beings first and members of a race second, and our duty is to help each other make this world a better place and live in peace, just as she said in her first broadcast, and how we will miss those quiet, reassuring messages to the nation at Christmas and at difficult times. Duty, service, defender of the faith, and love for her United Kingdom, a constant that brought us all together. The bright full moon shone down last night and there was a rainbow over Windsor Castle, and it reminded us of God's promise to his faithful. We pray for her grieving family to get through this difficult time, and especially for King Charles III. Eternal rest grant unto Queen Elizabeth Alexandra Mary Windsor. May she rest in peace.
Tobias Elwood.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. These are indeed the saddest of times for us to gather here today to pay tribute to the late Majesty the Queen. I suspect that we all will remember where we were yesterday when news came that doctors were gravely concerned about Her Majesty's health. Our world was suddenly put on hold, and then came the announcement that we had dreaded to hear. Our rock of stability, the one person who came to symbolize the very best of Britain, was no longer with us. Her Majesty's sense of duty to serve was especially appreciated by our armed forces. That phrase, for Queen and country, is not just a catchphrase, it's the allegiance you pledge when you join Her Majesty's armed forces. The Queen was our commander-in-chief, and she was only too aware, having served herself, of the sacrifices personnel were willing to make, all done in her name. This emptiness that we now feel is a testament to the admiration, the respect, and the affection that we all had for her. We have not known a Britain, indeed, without her. Perhaps we can consider ourselves fortunate that the nation was able to come together this year to mark the Queen's Platinum Jubilee and celebrate with her a most incredible life of service, from the street parties across the country, including in my constituency in Bournemouth East, to that wonderful celebration outside Buckingham Palace where the Queen and Paddington Bear stole the show. Only on one occasion did I have cause to formally write to Her Majesty, and that was to ask her if she would agree to Parliament's clock tower to be renamed the Elizabeth Tower to mark the Diamond Jubilee 10 years ago. I was truly honoured when she accepted. That name was formally changed, and we now have a constant parliamentary landmark honouring Her Majesty. As we now mourn the person we knew, we should reflect the constant is also the monarchy itself, the British monarchy that has matured over centuries and allowed our great country to advance, to mature, to thrive as a democracy. Her loss does, of course, leave a mark, the end of an era. But in our new king, who is well prepared to serve, the monarchy will continue to play its role in how our state functions. So yes, we do mourn the loss of our queen, but we also transfer our faith, our allegiance to our new king, His Majesty Charles III. Long live the king.
Angela Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to colleagues across the House for their moving words today. Like other members, I have found the outpouring of affection from both our shores and across the world for our Queen deeply heartwarming. I hope the royal family finds solace in this over the coming days and weeks. I have always taken great inspiration from our Queen. She was a woman who found herself in a position of leadership at such a young age, a woman who threw herself into service as not just the most recognisable, but also the most admired of global leaders, a woman who steered those of us through loved times of joy, darkness, and always drawing on her own experience and inner strength to help those that most need it. And I'm in awe of the way she took on this unimaginable responsibility. She got on with the job. She never stopped, and she has set an example for all of us. One of the most proudest moments of my life, and also for my family, was when I was sworn into the Privy Council. These kind of things don't happen to a girl like me. It was surreal to meet Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II herself via Zoom. She could put anyone at ease, adapting to the challenges and the circumstances and the change. Most of all, though, she was a loving grandmother. And for me, as a grandmother myself, I know and understand the complete love that she had for her family. Her children and her grandchildren were the centre of her life, and I know the whole house shares in both their pain and their pride. To us, she was our Queen, our national figurehead, and the greatest and longest serving monarch in British history. To them, she was also Granny. The loss of such a loving presence will be heartbreaking, and my heart goes out to them. Her Majesty, the late Queen, was a constant figure of strength, integrity, and service throughout our lives. She was an inspiration to women across the world, with complete devotion to her duty, her family, and her country. She set an example of leadership for women everywhere. The outpouring of condolences from leaders across the world is testament to that. More recently, we will never forget how she guided us through the despair and loneliness of the pandemic, and her values of public service and dignity never wavered. It is appropriate today that I speak from the backbenchers because our Queen
was greatly loved and admired by the people of my constituency. She visited Greater Manchester many times and was always welcomed with love by the local community. And she was last in Manchester a year ago to visit Coronation Street, where the cast greeted her at the Rovers Return pub to celebrate the show's 60th anniversary. And it's just 3 months since the streets of Ashton, Drawson and Failsworth were decked with Union Jack flags as we came together to celebrate the Platinum Jubilee. Our local papers were proud and our local community was proud. She's now gone, but she will be forever missed and always in our hearts. May she rest in peace. God save the King.
Yeah. Alex Chalk.
Deputy Speaker, and I pay tribute to the extraordinarily warm and moving tribute just paid by the Honourable Lady, Right Honourable Lady. Queen Elizabeth II famously referred to her late husband as her strength and stay, but although she would never have claimed it for herself, it was she who was the strength and stay of an entire nation, and indeed the Commonwealth. The constancy and humble commitment to duty were the hallmarks of her life. She embodied values that are the best of our country. In a world of increasing noise and self-promotion, she provided that counterpoint of quiet poise and dignity. We in Cheltenham are proud of a lifetime's connection with Queen Elizabeth II. It was as a young princess that she came to our town. She gave her name to Princess Elizabeth Way, which remains a major Cheltenham thoroughfare, and she did so by planting an oak tree in 1951 to mark its completion. Later that same year, she was at the races, the Cheltenham Gold Cup with her mother. Now, history doesn't relate which Cheltenham event she joined more, opening the road or going to the races. We may have our suspicions, but she was far too professional to ever let on. Prince Philip was back in 1957 to open an extension to what is now the University of Gloucestershire. And in 2004, she was in Cheltenham to open GCHQ, or the Donut, as we refer to it. Indeed, she was a strong supporter of the intelligence agencies and unveiled the plaque in 2019 at GCHQ's first London home. She had a quick mind, as many have observed, and was very much up to speed on current events. And so when in Cheltenham in 2004, she observed the magnificent hanging baskets which then decorated the front of the municipal offices, she recalled a recent media story about a hanging basket landing on someone's head elsewhere. She noted that Cheltenham's display was so magnificent, it could wipe out the entire council. Like many people, I sat down with my children yesterday, aged 10 and 8, and I tried to convey the scale of what had happened. Children cannot and probably should not bear as we do the aching pain of this loss. But as we mourn, let us explain to them what Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II meant to this nation. Just as Her Majesty the Queen dedicated herself to the service of our country in 1952, let us dedicate ourselves to immortalizing her values: duty, integrity, selflessness, country, and kindness. As a woman of faith, I hope she will have approached the end with peace. Yesterday, as her death was announced, I thought of her family and those who were close by as, in the words of a young RAF pilot in 1941, she slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God. God save the King.
Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On behalf of my constituents, I rise to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen. We mourn the passing of an icon. She was admired across the world and touched our lives in so many positive ways. The Queen was a constant example of service, of duty, of wisdom, of dedication to her people, her country, and the Commonwealth. These were her civic virtues, needed now more than ever. She began her life of service as a child and worked until the final days of her life. The tone was set during World War II when the then King and Queen chose to stay in London during the Blitz, and the young Princess Elizabeth joined the Auxiliary Territorial Army. When their home, Buckingham Palace, was bombed, the Queen Mother famously said that she could now look the East End in the face. Ever since then, East Enders have embraced the Queen and her family with a particular bond of love and loyalty. Of course, today's East End is a very different place, more diverse and more connected to the rest of the world, and in particular the Commonwealth countries. Her Majesty reimagined Britain's
post-colonial place in the world, and the Commonwealth has grown to 54 nations with nearly 2.5 billion people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can personally relate to the story of the Commonwealth as a child born in a Commonwealth country, Bangladesh, which joined in 1972. And I remember in 1983 watching with pride the Queen visiting that very new country with Prince Philip. It was a state visit and a big moment for a new nation. And it was a time and a moment that made us feel proud to be British, made us feel we belonged not only to this country, but also to the Commonwealth family. And across the Commonwealth, people are remembering when the Queen came to town with a great sense of warmth and affection. And here at home, in my constituency, I had the honour of receiving the Queen during the Royal London Hospital visit when the new facilities were opened, the hospital that was at the heart of our national life and at the epicentre of coping with the pandemic. The Queen's words during the pandemic was so necessary to give hope and comfort when constituencies like mine were hit so hard. And others have mentioned the Olympic ceremony when one of the highlights was when it seemed that Her Majesty and her most loyal servant, James Bond, were parachuting into the Olympic Stadium in London's East End. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we pride ourselves in being the coolest part of the country. Her Majesty made us the coolest place on earth with that stunt. On behalf of my constituents, our thoughts are with her children, her grandchildren, her wider family, and her heir and successor, His Majesty King Charles III. Mr. Speaker, Her Majesty was unique. She radiated warmth. She embodied decency. We will never see her like again. We will never know such a paragon of civic virtue and a shining beacon of public service. May she rest in peace. Long live the King.
Stephen Crabb. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the excellent speech from the Honourable Lady for Bethnal Green and Bow. I rise on behalf of all of my constituents in Preseli, Pembrokeshire, to convey our condolences to His Majesty King Charles III and all members of the royal family at this sad time, and to say thank you for a wonderful, long and full life and an extraordinary reign that's been a blessing to our nation for 7 decades. Queen Elizabeth II was loved and respected all across the historic county of Pembrokeshire, where her family, of course, had ancestral roots through the Tudor line. And we enjoyed her visits to Pembrokeshire, to St. David's Cathedral, or to visit so many of the excellent charities and community groups that we have in the constituency. For millions of adults, and certainly for children, certainly when we meet them in constituency school visits, Queen Elizabeth absolutely had something of that mystique and magic that we perhaps associate with an earlier Queen Elizabeth or with a Disney fairy tale queen. But her reign was also an extraordinarily human and personal reign, as we've been hearing so often today, shaped as it was by her amazing capacity to touch people at a very individual level, to raise their self-esteem, to touch their hearts in a very, very special way that left lasting lifetime memories. And for now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that joy that she gave to the nation, to people in all of our constituencies that she met, for now that joy gives way to grief and sadness. In time, we will remember the reign with joy once again. But in the meantime, we ask God to bless her and to save King.
Griffith.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak in tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. I would firstly like to begin by expressing my most sincere condolences to her family on my own behalf and on behalf of the people across the constituency of Llanelli. Our thoughts are particularly with the King, Charles III, her other children, her grandchildren, their families. For them, this is a deeply personal loss. And whilst they've always had to share the Queen, their mother and grandmother, with the public, that is particularly hard at this time of immense grief. And for them too, this follows so close on the loss of their father and grandfather, the late Prince Philip. I would like to set on record my huge appreciation for the way the Queen carried out her duties, shouldering an enormous workload and responsibility from a young age for a full 70 years, including working right into this week, appointing the new Prime Minister. The Queen was absolutely exemplary in her dedication and commitment, an example to all of us in public life. But she went above and beyond that, taking a personal interest in matters and showing real empathy with people. And in Wales, we were very privileged to receive her visits on many occasions, and she's been with us for important moments in our nation's history, opening the National Assembly for Wales in 1999, and last year opening the 6th session of the Senedd. In relation to that visit, I would like to tell you about a young woman, Fian Gwither, from my constituency, who at the opening of the Senedd was tasked with presenting Her Majesty with a bouquet of flowers. But as you can imagine, as that moment approached, she was very, very nervous. But she need not have worried. The Queen looked at her and immediately understood the situation and put her at ease, asking her gently, "Are those flowers for me? How beautiful. They match my outfit." That's a moment that Fian will never forget, and is just one of countless examples of how the Queen was always so kind and thoughtful in her approach and knew exactly how to handle the occasion and put a young woman at ease. And during her reign, she would have touched millions in the same way. But it's not only on happy occasions that the Queen has visited Wales. She will always be remembered for her visit to Aberfan in the aftermath of the terrible tragedy of 1966, when a slag heap buried the school. This has been put on record by Jeff Edwards, the last child to be rescued from the school. Speaking about her visit, he stressed the community's appreciation, saying that people felt comfort from the fact the Queen, who was head of state, had come to a small mining village and had shown direct interest and concern for her subjects who had gone through this enormous event. But the Queen's role goes far beyond Wales and beyond the UK to the Commonwealth. There we have seen huge changes, a complex transition from the Empire to today's Commonwealth. With such a range of nations, each with its own particular circumstances, it is no wonder that sometimes tensions have arisen. We must recognise the crucial role that the Queen has played in maintaining what is a unique family of nations. There is no doubt that her wisdom and professionalism, her personal rapport with individuals, and very high esteem in which she is held have been pivotal in helping to smooth that transition and keeping the Commonwealth together. And now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, going forward, the best tribute that we can give is to follow her excellent example and to try and serve our communities with the same dedication and fortitude that she showed throughout her life. So as we turn to the future, long live the King.
Robin Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As someone with the honour of representing the faithful city of Worcester, I want to pass on the love, prayers and good wishes of constituents, faith and civic leaders to all the royal family, and especially His Majesty the King at this sad and historic moment. I can associate myself with so many of the superlatives we have heard from across the House today, but I want to focus on two things: Her Majesty's faith and her profound connection, as the Honourable Lady who just spoke was speaking about, with children. Her late Majesty swore at her coronation to be a defender of the faith, and in so many messages over the decades, she not only defended, but enhanced and gently protected the role of faith in our society, not only for her own Church of England, but as we've heard from people of all faiths and denominations, for people across the whole of the United Kingdom of all faiths and none. When Princess Elizabeth first visited Worcester in 1951, she was already the mother of two small children, and the beautiful princess was greeted by flower girls and a parade of scouts and guides outside the cathedral. As a lifelong patron of the guides and former girl guide herself, as well as the fount of so many Queen's Scout Awards, she has inspired millions of young people. She returned as Queen in 1957 and visited New Road, the most beautiful cricket ground in England, with her consort Prince Philip, touring the boundary in an open-top Land Rover to the cheers of 5,000 local schoolchildren. After more visits in the 1980s, when she distributed Maundy money and celebrated the anniversary of the city's charter, her final visit to Worcester, and the proudest moment of my life, was at her Diamond Jubilee. Her Majesty opened the Hive Library, a joint city and university library, which is the first of its kind in Europe and a fabulous repository of children's books. And I was fortunate enough to be among the welcoming party on that visit, to join some volunteers from local charities and children from local schools at the event and being presented to Her Majesty the Queen. What struck me, as so many have already reported, was her smile, her bright, humorous eyes, her genuine interest in the people to whom she was introduced, and the instant connection she formed with the children. Most recently, children in schools up and down our country were able to celebrate and learn about Her Majesty at the remarkable Platinum Jubilee, and they joined children in successive generations in singing, dancing, and making wonderful art to celebrate a jubilee of this longest-serving sovereign. She was described by one of our former prime ministers as a matriarch, and of course that is right. But I think we've also lost the world's favourite granny. I would join with my right honourable friend for Pendle and with Paddington there in simply saying on behalf of us all, thank you, Ma'am, for everything.
Queen Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm here to offer my and the condolences of the people of Midlothian on this very sad occasion. And amidst the ebb and flow of people, politics and power, Queen Elizabeth has always been there, a steadfast figure in our shared history. With quiet dignity, she made her mark in momentous global events, but perhaps more importantly, she touched people in a very personal way. Across these aisles, the Queen is part of the backdrop of the stories of all of our lives. The Queen brought grace, warmth, dignity and humour to a role which in turn brought respect from people across political divides, and her passing brings an unsettling time, a time of grief and reflection, and for many a reminder of loved ones lost. People across the nations may feel understandably they've lost a loved one of their own, yet already preparations are underway and the duty occupies the new King Charles III, showing in the immortal words of Terry Pratchett that truly the only thing known to travel faster than ordinary light is indeed monarchy. But regardless of our views on monarchy, the Queen is respected for her remarkable dignity with which she held herself throughout trying times. And we appreciate the twinkle in her eye, her humour, her love of animals, and the humility with which she held far from humble office. She was the first Queen Elizabeth in Scotland, of course, with lineage stretching back to the Stuart dynasty and Mary Queen of Scots. And in Scotland, hosting barbecues in the hills of Balmoral, it said that was where she was happiest. Older generations will fondly remember the royal tour of Midlothian back in 1961, where she was out and about across the county, viewing aspects of everyday life and visiting in Roslin Chapel or the rural housing schemes at Temple, the carpet factory in Bonnyrigg and to the Lonehead Memorial Park. There was no standing room left in the streets of Dalkeith at this time, with crowds climbing on the roof of the bus station seeking a glimpse of the young Queen. And more recently, she was warmly welcomed back to Midlothian for the reopening of the Borders Railway, unveiling a plaque at the station in Newton Grange, where she was welcomed with a wonderful performance by the Newton Grange Silver Band, who expressed their condolences at this time. People from all walks of life in Midlothian wish to convey their respects and make it clear just how fondly the Queen is remembered. Condolences have been expressed online by community groups across Midlothian, in addition to Midlothian's Lord Lieutenant and Provost, who have already held local tributes, and in line with many other places have opened a book of condolence across council venues in Midlothian to allow people to pay their own tributes. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a previous member and the current chair of the All-Party Group for the Boys Brigade, I've always been keenly aware of Her Majesty's role as the organisation's patron, and know that all in the Boys Brigade world wish to pass on their thoughts and prayers of the entire Boys Brigade family at this time. We're all now getting our heads round the changes that this will make to the basic things that we all took for granted. The ground has shifted beneath our feet, and the lads at my local post office in Lonehead said, every day we send hundreds of letters and parcels bearing the Queen's head, and this will now be no more. May she rest in peace.
Andrew Morrison.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise with the deep and profound condolences of my constituents in South West Wiltshire. A good and gracious lady has been taken from us, and we're all the poorer for that. A lady who has shaped the contours of our national life for 70 years has gone, but her legacy endures. And if you doubt that, just see the pictures of His Majesty in the hour of his grief, greeting the crowds that have gathered outside Buckingham Palace today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, grown men don't cry, do they? Well, they do. And I've cried twice in my adult life, once when my father died, and once last night, for a woman that I had only met once,
at the aforementioned gin and tonic opportunity that a number of right honourable members have cited today. But unfortunately, in my case, there was no gin and tonic. And the reason it is so profound for most of us is for most of our lives, all of our lives, she has been a constant, somebody who has always been there, a rock, a stable place, someone to look to and to admire. And like many colleagues around the House today, when I go to primary schools, I'm asked two questions usually, one more difficult to answer than the other. Have you met the Queen and how much are you paid? Last night I called my mother because I knew she'd be upset, and she was. In June 1953, she, like many of her generation, lined the streets of London to watch another young woman go to her coronation. That was a profound moment for her and an extraordinary moment in the life of our nation. And very soon we will do something again under altogether more sombre circumstances. But her sense of profound loss is certainly replicated right across this land and by people of all generations. And if I can say particularly, since I remain a member of His Majesty's Armed Forces, by the armed forces of this country, who have lost their commander-in-chief, many of whom live in the towns and villages around Salisbury Plain that I have the honour and privilege to represent. Now, in 878, Alfred the Great secured the future of what became Wessex and ultimately the nation-state we know today. The Great is a descriptor that should not be used lightly. Queen Elizabeth II is the benchmark for monarchs in this age and ages past. She is Elizabeth the Great. As the Elizabethan age closes and the Caroline era dawns, we have to understand that it will look and feel different. We will look and feel different. But difference will bring renewal, and it will bring opportunity, as His Majesty has demonstrated today. Rest well, Your Majesty. God save the King.
Chris Elmore. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to offer the condolences of my constituents to His Majesty the King and indeed to all members of the royal family. My constituency is privileged to be able to thank Her late Majesty and indeed, at the time, His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales and now, of course, the King, for securing SOMI being developed in my constituency. As the Managing Director of SOMI UK told me today, thousands of my constituents have benefited from the direct intervention of Her Majesty and indeed now His Majesty. The site was opened by the late Queen in 1993, and it was in fact the King in 1974 on a visit to Japan who said to the then Chief Executive of SOMI, if you consider putting something in the UK, please put something in my country, Wales. I think of Her late Majesty in the forms of fun and friendship, and just like the member for South West Wiltshire, I'm frequently asked whenever I go to a school visit, be they teenagers or primary schools, have you ever met the Queen? To which the answer is, sort of. I've seen her. I've been at the box in the Lords for the Queen's speech. I once was asked, following the question, have you ever touched the Queen? I'm not sure who was more shocked, me or the head teacher who genuinely looked like he was about to faint. The Queen had a healthy obsession with trees. And I can recall fondly the talks that she held with Sir David Attenborough that has been running on clips over the last few days about the Queen's canopy and the work that he was doing to talk about delivering this right across our United Kingdom. And she joked that we, her and Sir David, would not see that tree come to its 50-year life. They both laughed. And it's her humility that so many of us will think of so fondly. I have had the privilege, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in my brief time in this House to have met now King Charles III twice. The first 5 days after I was elected in a by-election in 2016. I was lined up by the Secretary to the Lord Lieutenant and told, just stand there, Mr. Elmore, he'll be along shortly. When he arrived, came out the car, I was the second person to greet him, to which he said to me, "You're the new one." And he said, and I was quite nervous. Yes, your Royal Highness. He said, "I wouldn't worry about it. I'm terribly nice." And I think that common touch is what he has picked up from the late Queen. And I know he will go on to serve this country well, to serve the Commonwealth well. God bless and keep the Queen and all who mourn her, and God save the King.
I'd like to thank Chris Elmore for keeping well within the 3-minute limit. So please, could people look at their contributions, keep them as short as you can, because we want to get as many in as we possibly can. Esther McVeigh.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There has been so many wonderful, moving tributes today. It's been a real pleasure to be in the chamber to listen to them all. And with your permission, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will make my tribute through the eyes of the school children of Tatton. For as so many MPs have mentioned here today, the curiosity those children have of the late Queen Elizabeth II. And the question they do ask, particularly in primary school and junior school, is, have you met the Queen? And when I say yes, there are literally squeals of delight, gasps of disbelief, uncontainable excitement ripple through the class. Such was the impact that this lady had on all the people of this country, of all ages and of all parts of the country. She loved children, and children loved her. And the clatter of questions that followed. Were you nervous when you met her? How was she? What's she like? Where did you meet her? So I try and describe the Queen to them as they sit and listen, eyes wide open. Well, I say she's diminutive, or she was diminutive, yet she was imposing. She was gentle, yet steely. And that powder puff grey hair, she was radiant and she shone. But it was her eyes that were remarkable and memorable. They were penetrating and bottomless. The knowledge behind them limitless. You can almost feel what she had seen and what she had experienced. You were in the presence of wisdom, and they are kind too. She was a curious blend, quite disarming, and yet incredibly caring. And was I nervous? Without doubt. You're in the presence of greatness, whose life has spanned war and peace. And that nervousness is amplified by the royal protocol, which she lives through and by. So when you're made a Privy Councillor and you've got steps to take, kneels to bow, it's meticulous choreography, the timing, quick steps, kneels, precision of words, and taking oaths. And the seal of office too at Sandringham. It was magical. It was a whirl of rooms and doors opening. It was brevity, but intensity. And as we left, we were all handed a packed lunch. And all I could say, it was thoughtful, but simple, no frills. I think it was nutritionally balanced. There was no, there was no fuss whatsoever. It was all bother and nonsense. And as Deputy Chief Whip, I was also Treasurer to Her Majesty's household. But what she did love, and where I met her and spent more time with her, was at Windsor Castle with her horses in her stables, which she absolutely loved. And she confided that one of her best memories was the day that Estimate won the Ascot Gold Cup at Royal Ascot, trained by Sir Michael Stout. And she spoke to her trainers without fail every week, Nicky Henderson and John Gosden. But that was what she loved. So I'm absolutely delighted that the St. Leger is going ahead this weekend, not least because the Queen won the St. Leger in her Silver Jubilee year with Dunfermline, ridden by Willie Carson, one of her favourite jockeys. But kind and finally thoughtful. And my final conversation with her, she questioned social media and the impact it had. And she said, could anybody these days keep a secret? She talked about Operation Mincemeat, the deception that fooled Hitler and helped us win the war. And she said, can people keep things to themselves, or do they feel that they'd sooner tell everybody and maybe spoil what should be done? So when I leave children, I say, have you got discretion? Can you keep a secret? Are you selfless? Can you think of the greater good more than you can think of yourself? And if you can, then the Queen has done her job, and her spirit and her qualities will live on in all of us. God bless the Queen. God save the King.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady from Tatton. Queen Elizabeth was just 10 years old when her uncle abdicated, and she became heir to the throne. She was just 13 when war broke out, and in the 6 years that followed, we saw the pattern of her whole life to come. Standing with her people in those dark hours, at home and across the Commonwealth, sharing in their grief when her own uncle fell in service, leading our national celebrations when victory and freedom was finally secured, and throughout the war, setting the perfect example by rolling her sleeves up and doing her bit for the collective effort. Yet while the Second World War inspired millions to incredible feats and brought out the very best in our country, what we saw in those years from the young Princess Elizabeth was what we would come to understand as her normal. For the next 7 decades, she continued to set the perfect example of dedicated, selfless, timeless service and embody the values that unite our people. She continued to share our grief when tragedy struck the nation, whether it was Aberfan or Dunblane or 7/7, when so many people in Islington were killed. And she didn't buckle when it touched her own family. She continued to stand with us in our darkest and most fearful hours, and more so when she gave those messages of hope and courage that inspired all of us at the start of the pandemic. And she continued to lead our national celebrations right up to the point in recent years when the biggest, most united celebrations of all were to mark her own birthdays and jubilees. She did all that for us. She lived her life for us. And while she may have visited 200 hospitals or 2,000 schools, she may have cut 5,000 ribbons, awarded 20,000 medals, shaken the hands of hundreds of thousands, she never forgot for one moment that while on those were daily duties, were nothing out of the ordinary for her. They were deeply special for everyone that she met, and that she ensured that each of those individuals would go away with a unique memory of what she had said to them, how she had smiled at them, and the interest that she took in their service to the country, which is for so many people, those encounters with the Queen will be remembered as the greatest moments in their lives. And I know that in Islington, there are at this moment lists being compiled of the visits that she made to our borough, and stories being shared of the many times that we had the opportunity to see her and to experience a meeting with her. And so we join today to thank the Queen for 9 decades of devoted service, every one of them filled with setting the right example, filled with giving her people courage, sympathy, and joy, filled with making others feel special, and doing it all day after day, year after year, right up until the very end. That record of duty would be unfathomable, astonishing, and worthy of celebration in this house, even if she had been a humble librarian or a long-serving charity volunteer. But to do all that in the pressure of her roles as heir to the throne and head of state places her public service on a pinnacle which is unmatched in the history of our country, and the like of which we will never see again. On behalf of the Honourable Artillery Company, the Charterhouse, Farringdon Crossrail, with all of whom she shared particularly strong links, and on behalf of the people of Islington South and Finsbury, who loved her so dearly, I thank you, ma'am. God save the King.
Yeah. Stuart Andrew.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it is with sadness that I offer my tribute to Her late Majesty the Queen on my behalf, and of course on behalf of the people of Pudsey, Horsforth and Aireborough. I suppose the first time the Queen came into my consciousness was as a small boy standing outside the house, waiting for some lady in a big posh car to go past as she marked her Silver Jubilee in 1977. And from then on, there were many occasions where we would enjoy royal occasions. Those jubilees, the royal weddings, all helped us to enjoy street parties on our estate. And I thought about those street parties when the Queen's 90th birthday was coming and thought, I haven't seen one in our community for some time. And so we decided, a group of friends of ours, to organise one. And we were staggered when thousands of people in the community came out to celebrate Her Majesty's 90th birthday. And we saw it also reflected in the Mall just recently in the Jubilee, where literally hundreds of thousands turned up. And why? Well, because they respected and they loved her. Because they recognised that this was a woman of great dedication and who wanted to serve her country in the best way that she could, and that she would work to the very last day, as she committed to do all those many years ago. And last night, a couple of us went up to the palace, and again, people were there, meeting, strangers talking, all sharing conversations and memories about the late Her Majesty the Queen. The public, the British public, showing how much they loved her. And then she was there when we needed her most. Many have talked about the pandemics, but also when our country has had those awful terrorist attacks. And she has always given warm words, comfort to those victims and to their families. And we will remember that amazing speech she made in the hospital in London, where she said that they will not change our way of life. I don't know about anybody else, but whenever I visit a constituent who's celebrating their 100th birthday, the card from Her Majesty the Queen is front and centre in the living room, because of course, why wouldn't they do? It's such a proud thing for them to have. And many have also mentioned about school children asking, have you met the Queen? And for many years in this place, I was unable to say that I had, until I was honoured to be appointed as the Vice Chamberlain of the household. And I remember my moment when I was being introduced to her, waiting for these doors to open. And when they finally did, realizing that I actually had become that little boy again, standing there with my knees knocking and wondering how I might address Her Majesty. But as others have said, she put me at ease and she made me feel incredibly welcome. And as the Vice Chamberlain, I also had to write the daily reports from this place, just to say that she liked the gossip, I understand, is heartwarming. But also, as Vice Chamberlain, I was hostage. So I was taken hostage up there while she came here to open Parliament, and I was offered a drink, and they said, would you like tea or coffee? And one of them looked at me and thought, you look more like a champagne man. I said, well, I'm never going to do this again, so why not? Well, it was a big bottle of champagne, and I had a good time. A couple of months later, we had the general election, and I had to do it again. And as Her Majesty was leaving Buckingham Palace, she turned to me and she said, and you have a good time again, won't you? To conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that during the awful attacks of 9/11, the Queen said to the people of America, grief is the price we pay for love. Well, we all loved her, and that is why we are grieving. And we send our thoughts and best wishes to His Majesty, the King and his family. And we say, God save the King.
So say, please look again at your contributions so that they are sticking to the 3 minutes. Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to you for the opportunity to try and articulate the very keen and profound sense of loss that there is felt across the Northern Isles today. Her Majesty made a number of visits to Orkney and to Shetland over the years of her reign, all of which built a real connection between Orcadians and Shetlanders and their monarch. One of the best remembered is in 1960 when she took the Royal Yacht Britannia into Stronsay and Sandy into Stronsay and Westray in Orkney. Prince Philip was given the job of driving her around Westray in their then most suitable available vehicle, the new 12-seater school bus. It produced one of the best pictures of Her Majesty that I think any of us will ever see. She is sitting in the passenger seat, laughing uproariously, while Prince Philip is in the driver's seat, shall we just say, with a look of grim determination on his face. I don't know what it was exactly that caused that look of grim determination, but having been there myself with my wife on occasions, I can only guess. Her Majesty also visited Shetland in 1981, as Shetland's oil came on stream through the Sullomvo terminal, and she opened the terminal then. That was remembered in Shetland, unfortunately, because it was a day when the IRA detonated a bomb in Shetland in the power station there. I mention that because while we all speak about her quite remarkable record of service, we should not forget that that service was one which often came at personal risk. Like others, I had my moments meeting Her Majesty, which I treasure as very private and special moments. I served as controller of the household from 2010 to 2013, and as such had a walk-on part in the state opening of Parliament. It's fair to say, in 2013, we had the misfortune of a state opening of Parliament which clashed with the first day of the Windsor Horse Show. And when we returned to Buckingham Palace at the end of the state opening, we were left in no doubt that should this unfortunate diary mismanagement happen in the future, it would not necessarily be the Windsor Horse Show that would lose out on that occasion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think back to the very first time I saw Her Majesty in the flesh, and it was when she visited Islay, where I was growing up in 1977 as part of her Silver Jubilee tour. She often visited Islay privately as a guest of the Morrison family. And in passing, I would like to pay tribute not just to Her Majesty, but also to the Honourable Mary Morrison, who served for many, many years as one of Her Majesty's ladies in waiting. At that occasion, she visited Bowmore Distillery. That was the first time she had visited a distillery, and it came back to me in 2014 when I was present as Secretary of State for Scotland at the naming of the aircraft carrier HMS Queen Elizabeth. On that occasion, as the aircraft carrier was named, there was a bottle of Bowmore whisky smashed on the side of the boat. And the smell of that malt whisky drifted across Rosyth, and it took me back to that day in 1977. I mention that because I think, like so many people, these are the threads that Her Majesty interwove throughout our lives that enrich the fabric of our country. That is why we miss her. And that is why we now pledge our new allegiance to His Majesty the King. God save the King.
Yeah.
Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise to pay my own personal tribute to the late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and on behalf of all my constituents throughout the Wrekin constituency. And Queen Elizabeth visited Shropshire many times over her long reign. In particular, her visits to the Wrekin are still remembered with abiding fondness and deep affection. Her visit to Wrekin College in 1967, her visit to the 13th century Buttercross in Newport in 1981, her visit to Donington during the Falklands War in 1982, and passing through High Arkle and other nearby villages, and her last visit to the Wrekin in 2012 to RAF Cosford as part of her Diamond Jubilee pageant, where a huge crowd of over 35,000 people turned out to greet her. The late Queen Elizabeth was the personification of duty, integrity, selflessness, steadfastness, and resoluteness, and always with a superb sense of humour, observation, and wit. Yes, born out of her own decency and exemplary character, but also born out of her deep and abiding Christian faith, something she quietly attested to throughout her long reign, and so often heard through her comforting and unifying Christmas Day messages, which we will all miss. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Wrekin loved the Queen. Shropshire loved the Queen. She will abide in all our hearts and memories. May she rest in peace and rise in glory. Long live the King.
Marcia de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to not only speak on my own behalf, but also on the behalf of my constituents in Battersea, and also pass on their condolences. The passing of Her Majesty the Queen is a great loss for the royal family and for our country. Our remarkable Queen dedicated 70 years of her life serving our country as our longest reigning sovereign, and devoted her life to the betterment of this country. And today we celebrate her service and express our thanks for her steadfast leadership. The Queen was a role model and someone who touched the lives of so many in her own unique and distinguished way. Now, over the course of her reign, there was great transformation and progress in the world, yet she served as that constant and reassuring figure during periods of change that provided us all with a sense of security. The Queen was incredibly resolute and principled, and she had a work ethic and commitment to the duty and service which she placed above all other considerations. And we can say even in her 90s and the days before her death, she was still working and serving our country. Now, her strong and abiding faith in God was the golden thread that guided her work and her commitment to respecting everybody and appreciating difference and serving people. Now, across Battersea, people will be reflecting on her selfless service and leadership of our country. And the Queen visited the constituency on many occasions, including the then children's home on the Winstanley estate, and of course, Battersea Dogs and Cats Home. We all know how passionate she was about animals and their welfare, and this was shown by her patronage of the home. And as they have already said this week, that they were so lucky to have had such a valuable relationship with her. She wasn't just our Queen, as she was seen globally by all the contributions and tributes that have come her way. Now, as I close, my thoughts and prayers are with His Royal Highness King Charles and the royal family. May she rest in peace and rise in eternal glory. God save the King.
Greg Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise to add my tribute to Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on behalf of my Chelsea and Fulham constituents at a time of great sadness for the whole country. She was much loved in the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea, and as much so amongst my Fulham constituents as well. She came at least once a year to my constituency, to the Chelsea Flower Show. Indeed, the first time and the last time that I personally met her was at the Chelsea Flower Show in 2010, and then this year, just 3 months ago. The Chelsea Flower Show was one of her absolute favourite events. She rarely, if ever, missed it. She may have been to it more than 70 times. But in 2010, it was my first Chelsea Flower Show, and I was third in the royal receiving line, and I was exceptionally nervous. This wasn't helped by the receiving line taking around 2 hours, as almost the entire royal family comes at 10-minute intervals. Started with Princess Alexandra, I think, and eventually the Queen arrived, and all passed well. I had bowed in the right place and extended her my hand at the right time. We had a brief and charming and pleasant conversation. I could relax, except I had forgotten one thing. She wasn't the last of the royal family to come. There was still the Duke of Edinburgh moments after. And I realised my mistake, and I almost fell over, having messed up my bow, called him Your Majesty, to which the Duke smiled and said, "Are you new?" And I pay tribute to him today, to the late Duke of Edinburgh as well, the Queen's beloved husband. And the last time I saw her was at this year's Chelsea Flower Show, which she toured with great enthusiasm at age 96 in a golf cart. She was radiant and, as ever, fascinated by the displays, and it was simply amazing to see her at the age of 96. She was much loved by my Fulham constituents as well. Indeed, one of the iconic pieces of video footage from the 1977 Silver Jubilee was a clip of a group of women on Kingwood Road in Fulham, arm in Jubilee hats, singing all together, "Maybe It's Because I'm a Londoner." She will be grieved and warmly remembered the length of the King's Road and as appropriately along the new King's Road as well. I also met her, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in my role as the government's Deputy Chief Whip. Many in this House will know that the Deputy Chief Whip is also the honorific treasurer of the royal household. And the role comes with a wand of office, which looks like a long billiard cue, which unscrews in the middle, referred to earlier by my right honourable friend, the member for Pendle. The day came in October 2013 for the transfer of the wand of office from my predecessor, Sir John Randall, now Lord Randall, to me in a ceremony at the palace. I was once again nervous. Once again, it all started well. Sir John handed the Queen the wand of office. She handed then to me the wand of office. But I started fidgeting with this wand of office. I found it a fascinating article as Sir John carried on speaking with Her Majesty. And I started absent-mindedly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, unscrewing the wand of office. I had an alarmed look from Her Majesty and an alarmed look from Sir John Randall, who told me, "Stop it." And I was told afterwards, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that if I had unscrewed entirely the wand of office, it would have meant rejecting the office, and it would have meant that Sir John would have had to come back here still as the government's Deputy Chief Whip. But that wasn't the worst. A minute or two later, the Queen suddenly said to me and Sir John, bear in mind this was in 2013, at around the time of growing European rebellion in the Conservative Party, the Queen suddenly said, "I do think Mr. Barron has a point," with reference to my honourable friend, the member for Billericay. By now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was a total wreck. The Queen was seemingly pronouncing on the greatest political issue of the time, and I had to give her an answer on behalf of the government. But fortunately, she saw my difficulty and clarified it was with reference to one of the honourable gentlemen, the member for Billericay's many other rebellions, reference to regimental mergers, nothing to do with Brexit at all. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I conclude by just saying I think the Queen's historic significance, the length of her reign, everything that she's seen, in fact, she's met every US president except one, the fact that her first Prime Minister was Sir Winston Churchill, born more than 100 years before my right honourable friend, the member for South West Norfolk, the fact that Joseph Stalin was still in the Kremlin at the time that she came to the throne shows her historical significance. I pay tribute on behalf of my constituents of Chelsea and Fulham and wish many, many years of a happy reign to King Charles III.
I know many people have got great stories and we do want to hear them, but I have to say that if we have multiple stories and it goes on, then there are a lot of people who are just simply going to be disappointed even at 10 o'clock tonight. So please be mindful of your colleagues. Jonathan Ashworth.
Grateful, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to express my personal condolences to His Majesty the King and the royal family, to associate myself with the remarks that we have heard in the debate so far, and to express on behalf of my constituents in Leicester South and the city of Leicester our tribute to Her Majesty, the late Majesty. Leicester is proud of its radical tradition, but notwithstanding our history as a parliamentarian stronghold, across Leicester, Her Majesty was held in deep affection, with deep reverence and deep love, and we are united in our grief today. Leicester's story today is one of diversity. We have welcomed families from across the globe, from across the Commonwealth to our city. Sometimes families who were fleeing persecution with nothing but a hastily packed suitcase. And Her Majesty's leadership of the Commonwealth not only stands as a reminder of the bonds of solidarity between the different nations of the Commonwealth, but it is also stands as a symbol of inspirational hope for families who were fleeing persecution, hope for a better future for themselves and their children, something that we have been reminded of recently in Leicester just last month, as we recalled the 50-year anniversary of the expulsion of the Asian community from Uganda. And Her Majesty herself celebrated our diversity in Leicester also. She was proud of our different faith groups. And today in Leicester, if I may say so, our mosques at Jummah prayers have been recognising Her Majesty's death and expressing their thanks. Our Hindu temples have been placing garlands over pictures of Her Majesty's. There are prayers in our synagogues, our gurdwaras, our Jain temples. And we were particularly proud 10 years ago to host Her Majesty for the start of her Diamond Jubilee tour in Leicester, and all of our communities came together. Indeed, for the start of that Diamond Jubilee tour, my honourable friend from Leicester West, we had the privilege of welcoming her to De Montfort University in my constituency for the start of that tour. And as we were queuing up to greet Her Majesty and His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, and we were waiting nervously, and I think I caught, just in the corner of my eye, Her Majesty looking somewhat bemused, if not slightly askance, at her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, who had asked me and the member for Leicester West whether we were Reds or Blues. I don't know what his opinion was of our answer, frankly. But not only did we celebrate Her Majesty for the start of the Diamond Jubilee tour, a few months later, we were nervous in Leicester, because it was a few months later that we discovered the remains of the last Yorkist monarch in a Leicester City Council car park. This provoked all kinds of knotty constitutional questions for the palace today and what we were going to do with Richard III. But Her Majesty, with the usual aplomb and diplomatic skill that we've heard so much of, let it be known that she was following developments with great interest, and a couple of years later visited Leicester Cathedral, the final resting place of Richard III, to hand out Maundy money on Maundy Thursday. Let me finish with this point, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In February 1952, when this House debated a motion on the loss of His Majesty, King George, Winston Churchill from the dispatch box said he hoped that the accession of Queen Elizabeth would usher in a golden age. In response, the former Prime Minister and then Leader of the Opposition, Clement Attlee, said that he hoped the accession of Queen Elizabeth would lead to another glorious Elizabethan era, more renowned than the first one. My God, she more than surpassed the aspirations and hopes of those two great prime ministers. Rest in peace, and God save the King.
I know everybody's keen to get in as well, so there again, look at the time limits, but please don't approach the chair either. I mean, every time I choose somebody, it means I'm not choosing everybody else. And I know there's a lot of pressure, and I know you all want to get in. So Gary Streeter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's a privilege to bring a tribute to our late Queen on behalf not just of myself, but of course my constituents in South West Devon. And I want to focus in on her excellent Christmas broadcasts every year, which have been mentioned by some colleagues. Her ability to connect with the whole nation was never better expressed than through her Christmas Day broadcasts. In our household, as in many others, they were unmissable events, and in recent years, the whole day was shaped around them. And each year, as we know, she spoke with great warmth and insight about the events of the year with ever more personal reflections. And she never shirked from touching on painful events, not just the positive, knowing that all of our lives are made up with ups and downs. And in particular, she used those opportunities to remind the nation of the true meaning of Christmas, namely the birth of her Saviour, our Saviour, Jesus Christ. On the 3rd of August this very year, she said this: "Throughout my life, the message and teachings of Christ have been my guide, and in them I find hope." It was, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a simple but clear explanation of the influences that had shaped her life. And in our celebration of her greatness as a monarch, she would not want us also to, she would want us to recognize the significance of the gospel message that produced such fruit in her. If she was the rock on which modern Britain was built, it was because she stood on the true rock, the Rock of Ages. And in our pluralistic society, containing citizens of all faiths and none, her declaration of Christian faith never jarred nor grated or alienated, as we heard from the Honourable Lady from Birmingham, Ladywood, because it was authentic. And this was demonstrated through her magnificent Christmas broadcasts. But I believe, in my final point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I believe it is also possible to discern in her broadcasts another deep quality that she possessed. That even in her 80s and in her 90s, she did not stand still or remain static. She was moving forward, learning, developing year on year. She became more intimate with her subjects during those broadcasts, more personal, ever more bold. She had an appetite for progress and advancement to the very end. So an authentic life shaped by her sincere faith that produced in all the vicissitudes of life a remarkable woman and a great monarch. On behalf of the people of Southwest Devon, thank you, Your Majesty, for your life of service on our behalf. May you rest in peace and rise in glory.
Steve Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We've heard some really wonderful anecdotes and stories this afternoon of members' meetings with her late Majesty the Queen. But for most people who met her, those moments would have been more fleeting. But they lodge in the memory because of the huge importance the Queen has played in our life as a nation and our sense of who we are. I first saw her as a schoolboy during the Silver Jubilee walkabout in Windsor, feeling so excited, as so many other children would have done over the years, simply to snatch a photograph of her with my little plastic camera. It would be an iPhone today, of course. Another was when she came to open the Lambeth Academy in Clapham. The students were beside themselves with excitement that the Queen had come to visit their school. And it's these little moments like these, through these little moments, that the Queen has been a constant presence who lit up our lives for as long as most of us have been alive. The stability of her presence eased our country through periods of drastic change as Britain moved from being the centre of an empire to becoming the modern, diverse and more inclusive country that we know and love today. She really was, in T.S. Eliot's words, the still point of the turning world where past and future are gathered. My constituency of Croydon North is one of the country's most diverse. People who came there from the Commonwealth feel a special bond with her late Majesty as a connection between their past and their future. Many others who arrived from outside the Commonwealth would consider their citizenship ceremonies, where they swore allegiance to Her Majesty, to be among the most important moments in their lives. During the Platinum Jubilee celebrations, we saw a great outpouring of love for Her late Majesty. In Croydon North, as elsewhere, our diverse communities came together to celebrate a woman who united us as a community and as a country in a way that nothing and no one else could do. Her loss will be felt keenly and it will be felt personally. 3 months ago, my father died, and the next day a rainbow appeared over his house, and we took that as a sign that he was at peace. I take the rainbow that appeared over Windsor Castle in the same way, and as a sign that Her late Majesty has been taken into the arms of God and has found her eternal peace. On behalf of the people of Croydon North, I offer my deepest thanks to Her late Majesty for a lifetime of service, my condolences to the royal family on their loss, and my loyalty to our new King Charles III as he ascends the throne to meet his destiny and ours.
Mark Francois. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have lost our sovereign, the most remarkable woman, the longest reigning monarch in British history, who in 70 years barely ever put a foot wrong. She was perhaps the most famous person in the world, and possibly the most popular too. If the House will indulge me, it's almost a year since we lost our great friend Sir David Amess. I mention him because I think it's fair to say he was rather keen on the monarchy, and on Her Majesty the Queen in particular. I well remember how he was bursting with pride when the Queen knighted him with an investiture at Windsor. He subsequently told our local paper, The Echo, who would ever have thought that a boy from the East End of London would one day be knighted by a queen in a castle. If he were here today, he would pay the most fulsome tribute to Her Majesty, so perhaps I can do that for him in lieu.
From my own perspective, I also had the immense privilege of serving Her Majesty as Vice-Chamberlain when I served in the Coalition Whip's office from 2010 to 12. It's an ancient office, but it essentially has three modern functions. Firstly, to act as the Queen's messenger to Parliament. And on the first occasion I had an audience with her, I was completely terrified. I think it's to the Queen's credit, she well understood that people who met her, especially for the first time, were extremely nervous. And she had that most wonderful manner in asking you one or two extremely gentle questions, which even a member of Parliament couldn't get wrong, to settle nerves. It was a wonderful skill with people, which I think was but one of the reasons why her subjects loved her so much. Secondly, each evening when the House was sitting, the Vice-Chamberlain's duty is to compile the royal message, a one-page summary for Her Majesty of what's taken place in Parliament, printed off on special paper, to be collected by Royal Courier at 6 p.m. precisely. All went well until one evening, as the message was just about to be printed, there was a complete IT failure in the Whip's office, which led to a state of pandemonium. By about 6:30, the Royal Courier, by now drumming his fingers, looked at me and said mischievously, "You do realise, sir, that if it's more than an hour late, you'll have to go down there and apologise to her in person." At which point my blood ran cold. Mercifully, the Lord was kind, and 5 minutes later, a scream of delight emanated from the Whip's office when Claire, the senior Whip's assistant, emerged with a look of absolute triumph and said simply, "We fixed it." And when I wished the Courier Godspeed, I meant it. Thirdly, following a rather unfortunate misunderstanding with Charles I in the 17th century, on the day of the state opening, the Vice-Chamberlain has to go to the palace to be held hostage as surety for the monarch's safe return. When I once asked what would actually happen if something went wrong, the royal courtier smiled at me and said, "Oh, they'll probably just cut your head off." This was vaguely in the back of my mind on both occasions when I performed the duty. On the first, the Duke was unfortunately unwell, but on the second, he accompanied the Queen as they came down the steps. I was standing there in morning dress with my wand of office, and suddenly he walked up to me and said, "Who are you?" I was stunned, but before I could reply, the Queen said with slight exasperation, "He's the hostage." To which the Duke replied, "Oh, jolly good." They got in the coach and went to Parliament. I was there when they came back. And as they passed me, I bowed my head and said, "Well done, Your Majesty," when the Duke turned on his heel and walked straight up to me and said, "I bet you're bloody relieved to see us." Mr. Speaker, on her 21st birthday, the Queen famously, or Elizabeth, famously proclaimed, "My whole life, be it long or short, will be spent in the service of my people." In modern parlance, she then did exactly what it said on the tin, and my constituents in Raleigh and Wickford and the whole country loved her for it. We have lost our Queen, but her legacy lives on. God save our King.
Carol Moynihan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On behalf of my constituents of Glasgow North West, the people of Glasgow and my fellow Glasgow MPs, I wish to pay tribute to Elizabeth, Queen of Scots. Her passing is a time of profound sadness. Queen Elizabeth was a constant in our lives, the only head of state we have known. Unlike most of the other speakers this afternoon, I've never met the Queen, although as a young girl, I did go to see her at her Silver Jubilee when she came to Glasgow and was visiting Kelvingrove Art Gallery. Of course, the crowds were so big I couldn't see her, and my dad put me up on his shoulders and I was able to wave at this beautiful big car and the Queen as she came out. And many people in Glasgow have similar memories as this. And it's right that we remember and pay tribute to Her Majesty's tireless work, her dedication to her role, and her strong sense of duty. For members of the armed forces, she was their commander-in-chief. And my husband's commission parchment from Her Majesty hangs proudly in our home. Like many in Glasgow, I have strong Irish connections. And many members this afternoon have spoken of her wit and her ability to view a situation with clarity and wisdom. And I'm reminded of her visit to Dublin in 2011, the first by a reigning monarch for a century. The Queen understood that this was a historic event, but also that it required some delicacy. She wished to address the President, Mary McAleese, in Irish, but had been warned against attempting this for fear that she might make a mistake and the gesture be misinterpreted. Undaunted, she began, Auchtaran agus Accordia, President and friends. Instantly, all tension was lifted. President McAleese mouthed the word wow, and the audience at Dublin Castle burst into applause. Wisdom, understanding, and respect such as this was why she was loved by monarchists and republicans, people of all faiths, and those of none. I'd like to finish by extending my sympathy and that of my constituents and the people of Glasgow, and indeed our prayers to the entire royal family, who will most acutely feel this loss of a much-loved mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. May she rest in peace.
Tracy Crouch.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise humbly and with great sadness to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen on behalf of my constituents of Chatham and Aylesford. The outpouring of love and respect for her is heartfelt and genuine, demonstrating her reach into the most local of communities across the nation. Given the length of her reign, it is no surprise she has visited my constituency several times, most recently in Aylesford in 2019, but she has an ever-presence in a variety of ways. Before the news broke yesterday afternoon, I was at Chatham Town Football Club celebrating their receipt of the Queen's Award for Voluntary Service, bestowed upon them for their work in the community in this year's Platinum Jubilee Honours List. Just one of a number of people and organisations who have been honoured for the service they have given. It was Her Majesty's love of sport that I wanted to briefly comment on, and by doing so refer the House to my entrance in the Register of Interests. Her love of horse racing is well known. Her first runner was in October 1949 and her first winner 3 days later, which was, in fact, her first of more than 1,000 British winners. She would have delighted in every single one, but many will remember her pure thrill when her horse Estimate won the Gold Cup in 2013. This joy extended to other sports, and the sports reports of her death carry countless photos of her smiling face with sporting superstars and globally recognised and coveted trophies. Tributes to her have flooded in from the world of sport, her value to which should never be underestimated. She was patron to numerous sporting bodies, crucial to the success of London 2012, hosting all the world leaders before the opening ceremony. She's authored countless messages of luck and congratulations and hosted numerous receptions celebrating victorious athletes. But she was also the proud mother and grandmother of Olympians. I have been lucky enough to meet her several times, all of them because of sport, and most involved a conversation about horses. The respect that racing, football, and others continue to pay to her is a measure of their appreciation to her and the support she has shown to them. Like many colleagues, I visit primary schools and have been asked the question, have you met the Queen? It is often followed with the question, have you met Harry Kane? When I tell my primary school children that I have indeed met the Queen, there is an audible sigh, and they are keen to hear more stories about her. I tell them the story that I first met her, and my curtsy was awful. It was embarrassing, and I get all the children to stand up and practice their curtsy and bows just in case they ever get to meet the sovereign. Mr. Deputy Speaker, last night, as we sat as a family and watched the news break of her death, tears openly rolled down my cheeks and that of my other half. Our 6-year-old took my hand in his and said, "Don't worry, Mummy. The King will look after us now." He is right. God save the King.
Fred Mahmood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise humbly to pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen on my own behalf and on behalf of my constituency, Birmingham Perigord. I came to this house in 2001 and I was placed on an esteemed committee of Commons, Media and TV Committee, which was chaired by the Right Honourable Member for North Thanet, not in this place at the moment. The only privilege I think we had, and anybody knew us, was that we got an invite to the Christmas reception at the Palace. So as a new member who'd just come in, I attended to the Palace along with my colleagues. And luckily, as the Queen was circulating, I was able to meet her first and obviously introduce myself, and she was very pleased to do that. But then took it upon myself as the school monitor to be the representative for the whole of the committee and started taking them across to the Queen and introducing her to them. The petulance of that didn't occur to me until I'd come back home and thought about what had happened. But her greatness was that she wasn't irritated by what I'd done. You know, she wasn't annoyed by what I'd done. She must have realized that I must be a newbie in Parliament and just decided to encourage me to go along, and never saw a harsh expression on her face or anything else. That was the endearing memory that I have when I first came in to this place as a member of Parliament. She was the head of the church, and as a lot of people have said, she supported all of the religions. She does that, but she also supported a lot of other beliefs as well, the Maoris, the Aborigines, and some of the African tribes. But she also, above all, supported people who had no faith at all. She supported people. She had trust in people. She gave her life to service in dignity, in humanity. If anything that we are to do today is that we should rise, not just speak about the eloquent speeches that I've heard today, but actually rise our own levels and standards to at least, not if to emulate her, to try to get somewhere close, to see how much better we in this place can be. That, to me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, would be the endearing tribute to her. As I said, she wasn't just the monarch for the United Kingdom, she was also head of the Commonwealth. And in that process, only last week, she wrote a letter to the Pakistanis who were suffering huge tragedy, a climate tragedy of floods, and that was given out. And she actually wrote a letter to the President to tell her. My last word is a Muslim prayer, which has already been recited by my friend, honourable friend from Ladywood. Inna lillahi wa inna illahi raji'un. Indeed, to God we belong, and to God we shall turn. May she rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. If I was asked